Hello, my name is Collection Connoisseur. I collect digital thingamabobs and video games, and today I'm playing Slay the Spire. This time on Slay the Spire, I am not doing a challenge run. There are no rules up here. This is going to be a normal run. However, fair warning, it's going to be a long run. I'm doing one run tonight, and it might take me 3 hours. This is because I'm doing an Overexplained run. An Overexplained run is where I tell you all of the thoughts that I have while playing, all of the things that go into all of the decisions that I make. That includes knowledge that I have, things that I'm thinking at the time, just anything that has something to do with my decision making. That makes it a little bit of a tutorial-esque run. It's kind of like telling you how to play the game, at least how to play the game like I play the game. And I will be going in great detail, kind of like how I just described what Overexplained means, even though you probably already knew. It's going to be just that type of run. Alright. Anyway, let's get started. So I am going to choose the defect, and I'm choosing the defect really because I believe that the defect is one of the characters that people have a harder time getting their hands on, a harder time figuring out how to play as the defect. So I'm choosing the defect really because I think it's the place where people have the hardest time, and therefore it's the place where maybe I could help the most if I'm helping anybody. Alright. We are playing on Ascension level 6. Really the only reason that I'm playing this low of an Ascension level is because I'm using the same profile that I use for all of my YouTube streams. I've only played challenge runs in this profile, so I haven't really gone up in Ascension levels very far. So we're just going to go on the highest one that I have unlocked. This Ascension level has more elites than the standard, than non-Ascension levels. And then all of the enemies, normal enemies, elites, and bosses are deadlier. We don't heal as much after boss battles, and we start damaged. We start without our full health. Let's go. So the very first thing in any run is floor 0. On floor 0, you meet the Ancient of Resurrection, Neow, and you're choosing one of these blessings. Now, one of the things that I like to do when choosing these blessings is to stare at the map a little bit. And I'm staring at the map because I'm trying to figure out what I might do in terms of routing myself through this act. I think for newer players, this is a somewhat difficult thing to get a handle on, which way you might want to go through an act of Slay the Spire, how you route yourself through. In Act 1, I'm mainly looking for going through elites. I like to hit elite battles. I like to avoid early burning elites. Don't go to that one, for example. And I do really like to go to fires and shops. I think that fires and shops are very helpful. Shops maybe not as helpful this early unless we get some money from the blessing. But going to as many elites as possible and as many fires as possible is quite nice. So what I'm seeing here is that we could go on the left path. We're forced into going to a relatively early fiery elite. That's probably just fine on Ascension level 6, but I'm going to treat my decision making the same way I treat my decision making when I'm playing on Ascension 20. So I will not be going toward the early fiery elite. So I see these 3 elites that we could go to relatively early, or this one really. So these are the 4 elites that I see. If we went to the elites on the right, then we get 1 more near the end, and we get very few fires. If we went towards these elites, we would get 1 fire afterward, and 1 fire at the end, or 2 fires, but we would have to skip the later elite battle. So that basically tells me I'm not really considering going that path. Which means I'm definitely considering going here. This is the only real other option, is this path. And this path has a couple of good things in my mind. I can go to 2 elites. 2 elites is not really a lot for Act 1. I would much prefer to go to 3. However, that's what I see available to us. But I could go to 2 elites and 4 fires, which is a good amount of fires. Also, I can go to a relatively early shop, which is okay. Probably care to go to this one more than this one, because this one is very early. Not likely to be able to afford much at that shop. So I'm thinking of going to that shop. The other thing that I can see from the beginning is who our Act 1 boss is going to be. It is going to be Slime Boss. So I've kind of routed myself through this act, and I have in mind that if we can get money from our blessing, it might help us because there's an early shop. So, now let's look at our blessings. We could lose all of our gold to transform 2 cards. That's not bad, but it does mean that a relatively early shop is very useless to us. If we lost all of our gold, we don't get to spend it at one of those shops. Choosing a colorless card to obtain, that... I don't really like this option. I think choosing a colorless card first is a hard decision to make, and there are a lot of colorless cards that are good based on what deck you have, and right now we only have our starting deck. So I'm not really considering this one too much, which really means that it's one of the last 3 that I would consider as options. So this one is not as bad as at least I thought it was at first. Having the first 3 enemies have 1 health means that you're not taking any damage in the first 3 battles, and that's okay. I say it's only okay. It's much better if one of those first 3 battles happens to be an elite. But even then, if you're able to get to the boss without much trouble, then the fact that the first 3 enemies had very little health is not that important. Still, of these options, I think it's probably going to be the one that I choose. The last option is losing our starting relic. Losing our starting relic really sets the defect on the back foot. I think it's easier to lose your starting relic in any of the other characters. The Ironclad has a pretty good starting relic. Healing 6 after every battle, that's pretty good. However, it doesn't really go into what the deck does. The defect, the starting relic, makes certain cards useful, particularly dual cast. Dual cast is only useful if you have an orb in one of your slots, and the only way to guarantee that you have an orb in your slot before you draw a dual cast is to have a relic that adds it into that slot. So losing the starting relic on the defect is a little bit painful at the beginning. I don't mind it though. I really do like rolling the dice with the boss relic. I don't think I'm going to do that this time. I think we will choose the classic Neow's Lament. So I click this one. We get Neow's Lament, which is a relic, and the next 3 enemies, the next 3 combats, our enemies have 1 health. So that means, for one, we could try to hit a couple more unknown spots with the hope that the elite has 1 health. And I don't mind that at all. I tend to like going to events in Slay the Spire. Events are fun in Slay the Spire. They're not necessarily better than going to a normal enemy, but I think they're fun. So going to more events would be good in my opinion. One of the things that you could do is go through this path, guarantee that you have 2 shops, which are not going to be battles, which means that your first battle would definitely be this one. Your second battle could be this one, could be that one. Most likely both of these will not be battles, which means you would have a very high chance of this elite having 1 health. I don't think it's that important to have the elite have 1 health, so I'm not going to do that. I don't think, going to 2 shops when you only have 99 gold is not great. One of those shops is kind of guaranteed to be useless. So rather than going to 1 useless node, I'd rather go to 2 question mark nodes and run the risk that this elite will have more than 1 health. I think that's fine. I think we can usually take care of an elite that has more than 1 health. So here's where we're starting. Alright, so there's not a lot to say in battles when you have Neow's Lament. Really, it's just play the cards to defeat the enemies as fast as possible. Now, every battle, what I'm thinking in a battle is the resources in versus the resources out. So the only resources that we have that we really care about right now in terms of things that can change over the course of a battle is our health. So we've got 68 health, and we want to come out of this battle with as much health as possible. That's really easy to do because both of our enemies have 1 health. One of the things that I really enjoy is clicking the end turn button and winning after clicking the end turn button instead of manually defeating the enemies. So I'm playing both my lightnings and winning that way. Alright, so we have a potion. The ancient potion gains 1 artifact. There's no reason to not pick up the potion. We've got 3 potion slots, so there's no reason not to pick up the potion. One of the things that you might see me do when I'm playing Slay the Spire is I just immediately pick up the potion, barely even look at what it is, because I know I'm going to take it. However, this ancient potion is good in very specific battles, and it's mainly useless in other battles. So the ancient potion can be good, but it has such a specific use case that I find myself holding on to it for a long time. It's not my favorite potion to find first. And then we get to add a card to our deck. But before we add a card to our deck, let's philosophize about what we're doing here. So, in order to philosophize, let's look at what battles there are. Now, this is going into my brain about how I think of Slay the Spire. I think of Slay the Spire as a series of questions that you need to answer. The questions are represented by battles. So, here are all of the possible questions in Act 1 that we might need to have an answer for. And we don't need an answer for all of the questions immediately, we just need to have an answer for those questions by the time they are asked. Now already we know that in Act 1, we know what our boss is going to be. We know our boss is going to be the slime boss. Right now, and just to explain my chart a little bit, up here, the top 3 ones were the Act bosses, so we're fighting against Slime Boss. The next 3 are elite battles, so they will only show up in the elite nodes on the map. And then the bottom is separated. So on the left, there are the normal fights, And on the right are things that get added in, I said normal fights. The easy fights. The easy fights are on the left, and then on the right are things that get added after the easy fights. So, when you're going into an act, your first 3 normal enemy combats will be from the easy pool of combats. For us, that means we could see the cultist, we could see 1 jawworm, we could see 2 lice, or we could see a medium slime and a small slime. Those are the only things that we can see in the first 3 normal combats. Our starting deck takes care of these. We could put a checkbox next to these. Right. We have those handled. I don't like that checkbox. Hold on a second. We don't want that checkbox. Where's my... Alright, well, apparently I have messed myself up with my eraser. Anyway, so that's supposed to be a checkbox. I have messed myself up in my tools. But anyway, we have handled those starting ones, and therefore we don't really need to worry about them. These starting ones are handled. The next ones our starting deck is not great at. I consider that the blue and red slaver battles we can kind of take care of from the beginning, but honestly, most of these battles are going to be hard for us with our starting deck. So we need to change our starting deck in some way that these battles are easier. And then the elites are the things that we know the most about, because there's only a few possible elite battles. So right now, our starting deck is pretty bad at the gremlin knob. The gremlin knob punishes you for playing skills. And the defect starting deck has 2 skills that are very important, Zap and Dual Cast. That's really how the starting deck works. And therefore, we're not great at the Gremlin knob. We're decently okay against Lagavulin with our starting deck, because what the Lagavulin does is reduce your attack and defense, reduce your strength and dexterity, and that doesn't affect orbs. And we do a lot of our damage with orbs right now. So we're decently okay at the Lagavulin. We are terrible against the 3 sentries. Right now, the 3 sentries is bad for us, because we attack randomly right now. So what we're trying to do is change our deck in such a way that we're better at these elite battles, and the normal battles that are coming up, and our boss battle, which will come up later. At the very beginning, in order to get a deck better at any of these starting battles in Act 1, is really just adding more damage. You need to have a good damage solution and a good defense solution in your deck to win Slay the Spire. But the most significant thing to get first is your damage solution. That will help with all of the things in Act 1 that do not have a whole lot of health. Anyway, let's go back to the actual game. And where is my actual game? Come back, actual game. There it is. Alright. So, now that we've just talked about that, let's talk about the cards that we see here. So, Cool-Headed. I like the Cool-Headed card. It is a great way to have a defensive solution, and it's a good utility card because of the draw. And if we right-click on that, we can see that the upgrade draws 2 cards. But like I just said, in order to answer the questions that are closest to us, we want a good damage-dealing solution, not a defense solution. So I would not pick Cold-Headed here, even though I like Cold-Headed as a card. It's not something that helps us out much right now. And Jacob, welcome to the stream. So I'm really looking at the right two cards. Static Discharge is fine. It does add more damage to our deck, but unfortunately it adds more damage at the cost of our own health, which is a little bit questionable. It's not bad, it's just a little bit questionable at the very beginning to go toward that. Also, it's not great against the elites. So Static Discharge is not great against the Gremlin Knob because the Gremlin Knob just deals damage too fast. So you don't get your lightning out and dealing damage to it fast enough. It's not great against Lagavulin for the same reason. Lagavulin does very large amounts of damage, and therefore, even though lightning is good against Lagavulin, it's not good if you have to wait to get hit before you get it. And then it's okay against the sentries, but not great, because the problem with lightning against sentries is that it's not targeted. And having targeted damage is probably our best thing to deal with the sentries battle. So I'm picking Bullseye here, because Bullseye it's a kind of decent attack card, and damage is what we're trying to get right now. What helps us the most against the questions that are coming up in the near future. So Bullseye it is. I don't actually like Bullseye that great. The lock-on debuff that you apply to enemies is only okay, but it is an attack card. It's a better attack card than our strikes, and it does work with lightning orbs, it does work with dark orbs. So that's what we have from our first battle. Let's go to the second one. Again, Jawworm Fight is going to be very easy thanks to Neow's Lament, and as before, I like winning by clicking the end turn button, so we'll do that again. Alright, so we've got Beam Cell, Recycle, and Sweeping Beam. All pretty decent cards to see. Again, I'm not going to choose Recycle because I'm trying to beef up the damage dealing aspect of our deck first, and Recycle doesn't do that. Recycle's a pretty decent pick though. I like Recycle. It has a lot of combos and a lot of utility for a defect deck. However, I'm still kind of focused on adding some attack. I actually don't like Beam Cell that much. Applying Vulnerable is quite good, and I think that I probably should treat the card better than I do, but it's just such a small amount of damage even though it's a zero-cost card. If we're not drawing more cards, then Beam Cell seems relatively weak to me. Sweeping Beam is one of those that actually draws a card. Now, in the Magic the Gathering community, this would be called a cantrip. A card that does a thing and then draws you a card, so it replaces itself. Cantrips in Magic the Gathering are considered very good. Cantrips in Slay the Spire are okay. The problem with cantrips is that the energy cost. You pay 1 energy, you deal a little bit of damage, and then you draw a card, and you probably can't afford to play that card. It's a little bit better with the defect, however. Cantrip cards are better with the defect because the defect has a lot of cards that can give you energy, such as Recycle, and cards that cost 0, and therefore you want to draw more cards so that you can get them. You might think that Sweeping Beam is really good against the sentries, because the 3 sentries battle, you're dealing damage to all 3 of them at the same time, so this deals 18 damage instead of just 6. However, what really helps against the sentry battle is targeted damage. Damage that deals damage, attacks that deal damage to one specific one that you choose of the enemies, so that you can burn down one of the sentries so that you're not getting damaged by all of them. So even though it looks good for sentries, it's actually not that great for sentries, but it is very good against many of the other problems in Act 1. It's good against a lot of small slimes, which is one of the hard pool battles. It's good against multiple lice. One of the hard pool battles is 3 lice. And it happens to be good against our Act boss. Our Act boss is Slime Boss, which is a multi-enemy Act boss. So I'm taking Sweeping Beam for that reason. It makes us much better at some of the more difficult multi-enemy battles, which really makes us better for Act 1. Alright, let's see if we have an event. We do have an event. The Winged Statue. Always like seeing the Winged Statue. I am very happy to trade some of my health to remove a card from the deck. There are a few ways that you can improve your deck in Slay the Spire. One of the ways is adding cards. That's what we've been doing so far. One of the ways is removing cards, particularly your starting cards, Strikes and Defends, because they're terrible cards. You start with them, but man, they're bad. And another one is upgrading cards. Haven't gotten to upgrades yet, but removing cards from your deck is very powerful. I'm always happy to trade 7 health to remove a card from the deck. So which card do we remove from the deck is the next question. I have been focusing on attack. One of the things that we could do is remove a defend. That would make our deck even more attack focused. But I don't want to do that because I think the defends stay relevant longer than the strikes stay relevant. Part of that reason is because there are more attack cards that you'll see in rewards, in card rewards, than you'll see defense cards. If we just think back to the six cards that we've seen so far in this run, we actually saw one kind of defensive card. We saw one that gave us 1 Frost Orb, which is 2 defense per turn, which is not a whole lot, whereas we've seen multiple attack cards. So even with what we've seen so far, you can see that defensive cards just are less common in rewards. So I'm going to remove a strike. This is because I think that it's a lot easier to replace a strike in a deck than it is to replace a defend in a deck. Alright, and because of Neow's Lament, we are planning to go this way, and we're hoping for an event. If this is an event, then we're guaranteed to have this first elite have only 1 health. And it is an event. It's an upgrade shrine. The third way to improve your deck. So, upgrading cards. It's always hard to decide which cards to upgrade. Always hard. I almost never upgrade strikes and defends, however. So a strike upgrade adds 3 damage, which is very typical for attacks, is just add 3 damage. A defend upgrade adds 3 block. So those are your most typical upgrades, and you can kind of see that with Bullseye. Bullseye adds 3 damage. It also adds 1 more turn of lock on. So it's a little bit better than the strike upgrade. The Sweeping Beam adds 3 damage to all of the enemies, which is significantly better than the strike upgrade. Zap and Dual Cast are very interesting upgrades as well. Both of those make the card cost 0. So when I'm thinking of this upgrade, usually I want to upgrade an attack first. So, spoiler, I'm going to choose Sweeping Beam, but consider Zap. So consider upgrading Zap. Making this cost 0 means that you'll always get to play it. Playing 1 Lightning Orb is much better than playing a Strike. And upgrading Dual Cast also becomes 0. I usually would not upgrade Dual Cast before Zap. And that's because there's no value in playing Dual Cast unless you have an orb to Dual Cast. And we're not going to have an orb to Dual Cast if we don't play Zap every time. So if you're going to save 1 energy, why not save the 1 energy on putting out the required thing first, rather than the 1 energy in using it? However, I think Sweeping Beam is the best at this point. Really makes our damage dealing aspect of this deck better. Alright, so now for a shop. There's a lot of things to choose in shops. One of the things that you can pretty much always pick up is a potion. Potions can be quite good. For example, if we did not have Sweeping Beam, one of the things that we could easily pick up here is an Explosive Potion. Explosive Potion is a good way to deal with multi-enemy fights if you don't already have a way to do that. The thing that I like to do most in shops is the card removal service, because, as I said before, your starting deck is terrible. This card remove service gets more expensive over time, so you can only do a few before it becomes very expensive and hard to fund. However, I do really like doing the card removal service. Of the other cards, the one that I would really consider here that we can afford right now is Doom and Gloom. Doom and Gloom does a lot of different useful things, including generating a dark. A dark orb is quite nice. I like my dark orbs. Dark orbs work very well with dual cast. So I'm really choosing between one of 2 options here. Pay for Doom and Gloom, or pay for a card removal service. I think I'm going to choose card removal. But honestly, the reason I'm choosing card removal is more because I really like removing those starting cards, rather than it being definitely an option that I would say is better in our moment right now. So removing a card. We did remove 1 strike. I'm going to remove 1 defend. That kind of keeps a balance of defense and attack in our deck. The next one that I would remove is another strike, though. And even though we can afford these, I would rather save my money to be able to remove more, or to get something like a relic in a future shop. Alright. So let's talk about campfires next. So campfires. What I always want to do in a campfire is click the smith button. I always want to click the smith button. So it's really a question every campfire whether you have to rest or whether you can afford to smith. Resting in a campfire gives you a temporary benefit. It gives you more health. I would heal 14 health up to my full health. Or I could smith and upgrade a card which improves my deck for the entire duration of the run. So the long-term benefit of smith, rest is kind of a short-term benefit. I rest only if I feel like I need to. And hello, Peter. Welcome to the stream. So if we look at our act right now, I think we're doing very well to defeat these 2 normal enemies, this elite, and our boss. So I don't really think we have to rest here. Let's smith. Now we've already smithed Sweeping Beam. So the next one that I would smith is probably the Zap. choosing between Zap and Bullseye. I'm choosing Zap because I don't think that Bullseye is going to be the most important thing to us. And I don't think that 3 damage is that significant. It's very similar to a Strike upgrade. I think that the Zap upgrade is much more significant. Peter asks what Slay the Spire is like. Slay the Spire is kind of a seminal roguelike deck builder. Roguelike meaning that we are in a permadeath situation. We are trying to complete a run, and if we lose, we lose. We have to start over from the beginning. We gain nothing. So that's a roguelike. Deck builder, we have a deck of cards. This is our current deck of cards. And we are building the deck as we play. Both adding cards, removing cards, and upgrading cards. We are crafting our deck, and then every combat we only get to do the things that our deck allows us to do. We play cards to do things. And Procyon is also correct. Slay the Spire is a drug. It's very addictive. Alright, we still have one more charge on Neow's Lament, which means this elite will be free. It's only going to have 1 health. Kind of doesn't matter what the elite is, because we can defeat any of them with 1 health, but the easiest by far is the Gremlin Knob with 1 health, so happy to click End Turn and defeat our first elite. So elites give you much better rewards than normal enemies. For one, we get more gold than we would get in a normal enemy. We get a guaranteed relic. This time we got the Regal Pillow, which means whenever we rest, we heal more. I think the Regal Pillow is a pretty okay relic of the relics. I would much prefer something that makes it easier to defeat enemies than something that allows you to heal more. However, having a Regal Pillow means we don't have to heal at as many fireplaces, which means we should be able to upgrade more cards, theoretically. Fruit Juice is a pretty excellent potion, because instead of the one-time use of a potion, like the single benefit, Fruit Juice lasts the entire run. It's just 5 more max HP. It's actually very similar to several relics. The Strawberry Relic gives you 7 max HP. Fruit Juice gives you 5, and it's a potion instead of a relic. How far are we in the dungeon? So actually that's here, this 7. That's what floor we're on. We're climbing the spire. There's 51 floors in the spire. We're on floor 7. And then finally, elites have a better chance to give you rarer cards. So you do see that we've got 2 uncommon cards. You can tell they're uncommon because of the blue banner, and 1 common card. The cards with a yellow banner would be rare. You have a higher chance of getting rare cards from elites than you do normal enemies. So of these 3 cards, Doom and Gloom, as I said in the shop, I think is an excellent card. Dealing damage to all the enemies is quite nice. Channeling a Dark Orb is quite nice. But there's a lot to be said for Hologram. So the other aspect that I'm usually thinking about when I'm picking a card reward is whether a card needs to be upgraded to be useful. Loop basically makes it so that instead of having 1 lightning orb, it's kind of like you have 2 lightning orbs, but the upgrade doubles the effect of Loop. I think that unupgraded Loop is a pretty bad card, and upgraded Loop is pretty decent. So if I were taking Loop, I would think, I really do have to upgrade that. Same with Hologram. Hologram is worse than a Defend in some ways. It gives you only 3 block instead of 5, However, this put a card from your discard pile into your hand is really nice, but the fact that it exhausts means you can only do that once in a battle. However, if you upgrade it, not only does it become just as good as a defend for giving you block, but also it loses the exhaust keyword, so you can use it over and over again. I really like the upgraded version of Hologram, and I'm really not very interested in the non-upgraded version of Hologram. Doom and Gloom, the upgrade is pretty good. It gives 4 extra damage. Note that when a card costs more than 1 to play, if you only get 3 damage, then it's not usually great. You want to get higher amounts of damage with the upgrade when you have a higher energy cost for the card. But it doesn't really need an upgrade. It's pretty good from the beginning. So my current build, it's a little bit hard to talk about the current build because we've not built very much yet. The starting deck for the defect is focused around lightning orbs. So you have a card named Zap, which gives you a lightning orb. You have a relic, which gives you a lightning orb. And you have dual cast, which evokes lightning orbs. So at the beginning, you're kind of focused on lightning. We haven't really focused on anything else yet. Our build is still in process. So if I took Hologram, what I would be thinking about doing with it so far is replaying Zap over and over again. We don't really have what we need to make Hologram great yet, but it's really easy to make Hologram great. Doom and Gloom, I think, is great on its own, and it's great with dual cast. So I'm taking Doom and Gloom here. Honestly, I think that Doom and Gloom or Hologram are both great picks for where we are right now, and Loop is only okay. Not bad. I would pick it against other cards, but I'm taking Doom and Gloom. Alright, in our next fire we get to smith a card, because again, we still haven't lost any more health. And at this point, the question is Doom and Gloom or dual cast? The Doom and Gloom upgrade, I believe, is just better than the Bullseye upgrade. We're going to want to play Doom and Gloom every time. The dual cast upgrade is getting a lot better now that we have access to more than just one lightning orb. We also get the dark orb from Doom and Gloom. So both of those are quite decent upgrades. I'm going to choose Doom and Gloom because I think that what we care most about right now getting better at is the multi-enemy battles. And I'm going to click that, and then I'm going to go back to my other screen and talk about that a little bit too. So, multi-enemy battles. What I'm talking about with multi-enemy battles are the gremlins. So the gremlins will come out with 4 gremlins, and the defect is particularly bad at the beginning with multi-enemy fights because you can't easily target a specific enemy. The small slimes, so this little small spike slime represents I think it's 6 small slimes that fight you all at one time. That's a pretty significant battle. The fungi beast come in pairs or 3s. The large slime splits into 2. And then we can also see three lice together, or a couple combinations of a couple enemies as well. Also, I'm starting to think about Act 2. And in Act 2, we've got a different set of enemies, and I really wish I could figure out what I did wrong with my eraser so I can erase things. What did I do wrong with my eraser? Why isn't it erasing? Oh, maybe we didn't have an alpha channel. Well. Oh, I know. I know what I did wrong with my eraser. Hold on. Let's use our scratch pad. There we go. Let's not be right on the background. So anyway, I'm starting to think about Act 2. And in Act 2, there's a lot more multi-enemy battles that we really care about. There's the 3 cultists that come out. There is the three birds that come out. There's the Taskmaster and the Gremlin Leader as elite enemies that we have to deal with that come out with multiple battles. So I'm thinking about those now, because in Act 1, I think that we've basically done what we needed for Act 1. We took out one elite. We're going to fight either Lagavulin or the sentries. I think both of those we're actually pretty much in the clear on. I think we can defeat these with our current deck. I think we can defeat our boss with our current deck. And I think we can defeat all of these enemies no problem with our current deck. So Act 1, I think we've sorted Act 1. And therefore, if we have answers for everything that we're going to find in Act 1, now we're starting to think about Act 2. How do we make our deck better for Act 2? So, let's think about Act 2. How do we make our deck better for Act 2? And I think right now, we are much better at the Taskmaster because we just took a card that deals damage to multiple enemies. We are rather good against the Gremlin Leader. We're probably not good enough yet against the Book of Stabbing, or for that matter, the Snake Plant or Snecko. So those are the things that we need to get our deck better at. Alright, let's go back to the game. I'm being asked some questions, so let me answer that. So, Peter, would I recommend this game if you have only experience with action roguelikes? Well, certainly. I recommend this game. The thing that I will say is that it's a different type of game than an action roguelike. But if you're looking for a turn-based roguelike, I think Slay the Spire is easily one of the best. And that zombified potato. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we get to open our first chest. So the chest will always contain a relic. By the way, the different chests, there are different sprites for the different types of chests in the game, and you can kind of tell what you're going to get out of the chest based on the sprite of the chest. I don't know that. I just blindly open the chest and see what's inside. But you can sometimes tell, if you know what you're doing, you can tell what's in the chest a little bit by the type of chest that you're opening. Anyway, we get some gold, and we get the choice between one of the keys or a relic. I'm definitely not taking the key. So, in order to go to Act 4, you have to collect all 3 keys. One of the keys is going to cost you a relic. It's usually not correct to take the key for your first relic. You usually want to take it for the last one, because the relic that you get last is the one that affects you the least. So usually people will not take the Sapphire key until they get to Act 3. And I'm in that same boat. I'm usually going to take the relic that's offered, unless I care very little about that relic. Smiling Mask is a relic that I do care about quite deeply. Smiling Mask makes it so that the merchant only charges 50 gold for removing a card from your deck. Normally, the merchant costs 75 the first time you remove, 100 the second time, 125 the third, and the price just goes up. So this means that removing cards from your deck is just going to cost less over the course of the run, which saves you money for other things. And since I really do like removing cards from my deck, this will certainly save me money. This could easily save me 125 gold or more by having the Smiling Mask. So it's pretty good. Alright, so we are still in the easy pool, so even though we're more than halfway through the act, we're still getting an easy pool enemy, because we've actually only seen 2 easy pool enemies so far. It's your first 3 normal battles that are from the easy pool. So this will be our last easy pool enemy. Now, the cultist. The cultist is going to... Ooh, and I get to try out the new mod. So, I've never played with the bestiary mod before, but I installed it for this time. So here's what the cultist does. Turn 1, he applies the ritual to himself. Turn 2, and then every turn after that, he just attacks for 6. However, the ritual will make it so that he has 4 more strength every turn. So he attacks for 6, and then 10, and then 14, and then 18, which means you really need to defeat the cultist before his damage gets too crazy. The first turn is kind of a free turn. You get to do whatever you want on the first turn to deal damage to the cultist, and then the next turn he's going to start attacking you. So here's a very typical hand. We know that defense is going to be worthless right now, so I'm not going to play defense. We probably are going to play Zap. It costs 0, gives us an orb, that's great. We are going to play Sweeping Beam, cost 1. We're going to play Doom and Gloom, it costs 2. So right now, if we look at our hand, we're going to play all 3 of these cards. So which one do we play first? I would almost always recommend playing the card that draws you a card first, because that gives you more information. So now that I've played this card, I have more information. I'm not going to play that strike, but now I know that I'm going to spend the rest of my energy on these 2 cards, with no regrets. So, the next question is which one first, Doom and Gloom or Zap? Well, that one's really easy for me because Dark Orbs don't do anything unless they get to the front, and the best way to get to the Dark Orb to the front is to play it earlier than your Lightning Orbs. Because right now it's in the middle, we'd rather have it in the middle than at the back so that it gets to the front faster and defeats our enemy faster. That's true with low health enemies, and it would be a little bit different with higher health enemies. Alright, I immediately see an answer to this turn. Dual Cast evokes this orb, dealing 16 damage, and Bullseye does enough more so that we win this turn. Alright, next choice. All 3 of them being 0 cost cards is pretty interesting. We could continue going down, building up our attack, but I actually think that for Act 2, we need to focus on our defense a little bit more. Both of the defensive options are decent options. Boot Sequence is innate, which means that it starts in your opening hand, gains a whole bunch of block for only 0, but you only get to use it once. Steam Barrier doesn't get you as much block, and it goes down every time you use it. Both of these are pretty interesting because this being innate can actually be a bad thing. For example, For example, the Book of Stabbing in Act 2, turn 1 is going to be the turn that the Book of Stabbing does the least amount of damage. So it's the turn that you care the least about playing boot sequence. However, it's also quite good in a lot of battles. For example, in Act 2, there is the Taskmaster Elite, which always is doing a ton of damage on turn 1. Steam Barrier is good for, I'm going to play my block multiple times. It's very good if you have some relic that's increasing your dexterity, so that each time you play it, it's actually going up rather than down in block. Zombified Potato says that Beam Cell is good for more burst damage. Very true. If we took Beam Cell, applying one vulnerable means that we could play it alongside some other things and deal a whole bunch of damage all at once. I think we're pretty decent on damage right now. I don't mind having a Beam Cell in this deck. It's just that I think for the upcoming battles that are closest to us, I think we need a little bit more of a defensive solution than we need more attack solution. But there's nothing wrong with taking a Beam Cell here, it's just it's more about things that are further down the line than what we are now, because we already have a pretty decent deck for damaging enemies. So I may have said something confusing there. Unrealization says, wait a minute, Dexterity changes Steam Barrier's passive negative scaling? Well, it kind of does, and it kind of doesn't. Steam Barrier normally goes down by 1 each turn, but if you are gaining Dexterity over the course of the battle, such as having a Kunai relic, which gains 1 Dexterity every time you play 3 attacks in 1 turn, then you can actually get Steam Barrier to be gaining block as you play it, because you're gaining Dexterity as you go. Not that the card actually changes. Even the upgrade to the card keeps the same downside. Just that Dexterity scaling decks can make Steam Barrier look great as you continue to play. And I agree with Zombified Potato, all 3 of these are pretty good choices. Even considering our current deck, all 3 of them are pretty good choices. I think I will take Boot Sequence. And there's not a whole lot of reason for that other than just starting out strong. Starting out the first turn with block means that we can play more attack cards on our first turn. Alright, Lagavulin. Usually an elite that I like to see with the defect. However, our current defect deck is not the best for Lagavulin. Lagavulin starts off sleeping and will stay sleeping for 3 turns. Unless you deal it more than 8 damage. What that means is that you have essentially 3 setup turns. You have 3 turns to do whatever it is you think is best to set up for the battle. Unfortunately, our deck doesn't really do well with setup. We're just going to lay into this enemy turn 1 because, well, that's what our deck does basically. So, the question that I will always ask myself is there something that I want to play before Lagavulin wakes up in my deck? And honestly, what I want to play most before it wakes up is Doom and Gloom. So we kind of already have that in our hand. And I think we should just wake up the Lagavulin right now. So that means Bullseye and Doom and Gloom to wake up the Lagavulin. Because of Bullseye adding the lock on, our Lightning Orb is going to do a tiny bit more damage than it normally would. And our Dark Orb is going to do hopefully a whole lot more than it normally would. Alright, there is the first time we see a lot of damage coming our way. 20 damage. Now, our only choice, because our draw pile is 2 strikes, and we have 2 defense in our deck, our best defense is 10 defense, and we take 10 damage. So the question is, do we do that, or do we do as much damage as we possibly can instead? And that's really based on your deck. On our deck, I think that we will do enough damage over time that we would rather defend right now than not. Defending means that we're going to take less damage now, and that probably means less damage for the rest of the battle. I'm also very happy to play Sweeping Beam this turn. Part of the reason I'm happy to play Sweeping Beam is it drew one of those strikes. So I drew one of the strikes this turn, which means we're not drawing that strike next turn, which means hopefully we have more defense for next turn. Zombified Potato, it is perfectly fine for you to backseat. This is a stream that is happy for you to do that. Alright, we drew no defense this turn, which is not great. So what I'm thinking is, how do we maximize our damage? Well, for one, we want to play Bullseye. Bullseye is much better than Strikes, and it makes all of our orbs do more damage. So Bullseye deals some damage, makes all of our orbs deal more damage. This Dark Orb deals 18 damage if we evoke it. This Lightning Orb deals 8 damage if we evoke it. So the Dark Orb does a lot more damage, which means that's what I would like to evoke with Dual Cast. And I can do that by playing the Zap first. Now the Dark Orb is in front and I can Dual Cast it. So 50% more damage, 18 with 50% more damage is 24, which means we're doing 48 damage right now. Bam. More than that, apparently. Apparently I did my math wrong. Half of 18, yeah. 27 times 2. 54 damage. And then we get to win with our Lightning Orbs. So we came out of an Elite battle with 10 damage taken. I think that's pretty good overall. An Elite battle in Act 1 where you take 10 damage is a good amount. That's a good Elite battle, in my opinion. If you take 20 damage against an Elite, I think that's okay. And if you take more than 25 damage against an Elite in Act 1, then that's a bad Elite battle. So we take our gold. Our relic this time is... I was mentioning Kunai before. Shuriken is the analog to Kunai for attacks. When we play 3 attacks in a single turn, we gain 1 strength. So our attacks do more the more attacks we play. That does encourage us to put more attacks in the deck, especially 0-cost attacks, so that we can play 3 attacks each turn. Unfortunately, we did just turn down a 0-cost attack in a previous card reward. Alright, so there's a couple of nice things here, but there's one that I'm definitely looking at. So let's go them one by one. Barrage. Barrage deals damage based on each channeled orb. That means having more orbs means Barrage does more damage. Works really well with strength upgrades, like from the Shuriken, because if you have a strength upgrade, Barrage deals an extra damage for every channeled orb that you have. If you have 1 strength and 3 orbs, you're dealing 15 damage instead of 12. Defragment makes your orbs better. 1 focus is not that much, but the upgrade to Defragment is twice as good. So Defragment makes your orbs better. That's particularly good with Frost Orbs, because Frost Orbs go from 2 block to 3 block with 1 focus. and that's a lot more block. However, this is good with all orbs, and right now we are definitely building a deck that cares about orbs with Bullseye, Doom and Gloom, Zap, and Dual Cast. So this one is very nice for us. Hologram, we've talked about a little bit before. I do really like the upgrade to Hologram. That allows you just play cards multiple times. We don't really have many cards that we want to multi-play though. Not with what we have so far. So I'm taking Defragment. Defragment is also one of the cards that most people consider to be an absolutely essential defect card. It makes your defect decks just better. I don't have as high of an opinion of it as the community has, but I still really like it. I just don't think that it's crucial. I'm going to repeat what Prosione said. The three characters, the first three characters have an affinity for the different card types. Ironclad has an affinity for attack cards. The Silent has an affinity for skill cards, and the Defect usually has an affinity for power cards. We just took our first power card, and we don't really have some of the other things that really focus on the Defect's affinity for powers yet, but the Defect card pool does have an affinity for powers, so powers are better with the Defect than they are with other classes because there's a lot of support with their other cards. Alright, the Red Slaver. I did kind of mention before that I considered the Red Slaver something that we could defeat just fine with our starting deck, which means of the hard pool combats, this is one of the easier ones, and it looks like it might be the only hard pool combat that we fight in Act 1. So it's one of the easier hard pool combats, and it's might be the only one we see. Great time to play Boot Sequence. Gives us 10 block. We only need to play 1 defend for the rest. And I'm definitely going to play Defragment over Strike. Defragment doesn't do a whole lot over Strike, but think of it this way. Defragment adds 1 this turn and next turn, which means it's dealing 2 more, but then whenever I dual cast or play another Zap, it's going to do more. I think it's going to do at least as much as a Strike would in this battle. Not a whole lot more because we haven't upgraded it yet. Alright. Can we win this turn? That's my first question. We left all of our defense in our deck. So the only way to play defense this turn is to play Sweeping Beam. It looks like of the cards that we can play all of our cards save 1. And the worst card in our hand for dealing damage is Strike, which means we're going to play Sweeping Beam no matter what we do. Might as well play it first, so that we know what our other options are. And our option is a defend. No reason not to play the Zap. Playing the Zap is fine whether you play it first or later with the cards that we have. And so now, should we play the defend or should we play Bullseye Dual Cast? Does Bullseye Dual Cast win the battle? And I can tell you right now that it does. Because 8 damage brings it down to 20. 4 damage brings it down to 16, and evoking this twice does 18 damage. So even without the lock-on, this would win. With the lock-on, it wins even more. Alright, Dexterity Potion. We can gain 2 Dexterity, making our block cards better in one battle. interesting set of cards. I don't know if we want any of these, actually. So, Turbo. Gain 2 energy, add a void to your discard pile. It is not bad. It looks bad. On first blush, I think this card looks bad. It's not bad. Oh, Unrealization, that's a great question. Unrealization asks, why am I not drinking the fruit juice? That is a great question. There's lots of reasons. There's lots of very small reasons. So, not drinking the fruit juice immediately might give you a very small benefit. For example, one of the things that we might get from our Act boss, we might get a boss relic that doubles the effectiveness of potions, which means me not using it right now might mean that it has double the effect that it would have had. There's a couple of other things. There's a couple of events in Act 2 that remove a percentage of your maximum HP, and having the fruit juice, using the fruit juice after that event means that you end up with more max HP than if you used it before the event. But for the most part, think of it like this. Drinking this fruit juice gives me no benefit right now, because I could drink it at any time, literally any time, which means until I'm in dire straits and I actually need the max health, because it gives both max health and current health, it gives you 5 current health as well. Until I actually need that health, fruit juice doesn't do anything for me. It just makes the numbers higher, but the numbers being higher does nothing unless I'm close to 0. So holding on to it has a couple of benefits, a couple of small benefits, but using it gives you nothing. The main reason that I would use fruit juice without being in dire straits is that I already have all of my potion slots filled and I'm offered a potion. So there's not a lot of reason, but there are a number of reasons. And I've gotten into the habit enough of using it when I need it that I just use it when I need it. There are a couple of reasons to drink it as soon as possible as well. Randwin is one of those, if you know the Randwin event. It's not great when Randwin asks for your fruit juice potion. So, what do I want to do here? I like the turbo. The real question is, are we going to get use out of the turbo? The extra energy is great, but does the extra energy help us? It doesn't help us currently, but it could really help us later. The overclock is only okay. The streamline, I think I'm not taking. The reason to take streamline is to have an attack card that you can play that does a fair amount of damage. If you upgrade it, it does 20, which is pretty decent. But it goes down in cost every time you play it. So you can get to a 0 cost attack card. That's pretty good with Shuriken, but it's pretty slow with Shuriken. I think that I'm going to do none of these cards, actually. And I guess that's one thing to think about. When you're looking at this screen, you have 4 options. It's not just card 1, 2, or 3, it's also skip. And I think I'm going to choose the skip option. One of the things about a deck builder of any sort, is that keeping your deck small makes it a lot more consistent. And since none of these work directly with the deck that I have right now, I think I'm going to skip them until I have more of a reason to choose such cards. Alright, we do have another fireplace. Again, I'm pretty unconcerned about my health total, so let's smith another card. And I just mentioned that defragment gets much, much better after you smith it, so let's smith a defragment. It doubles the effectiveness. It's like having 2 defrags for the price of 1. The large slime. So the large slime splits when you get it to 50% health or lower. So when you're dealing with a slime like this, you want to be careful how much damage you deal it. If you deal it exactly 50% of its health, then you're doing the worst possible thing you could do in the battle. Because then you have to do essentially double, well, 150% of the original slime's life in damage to win. We are not at the point yet that we care. We're just going to play all 3 of our damage cards. But you can see right now, so if we got it down to 34, then it would split. At the end of our turn, we're going to be dealing, I think these are dealing 4 damage apiece. So at the end of our turn, we're going to be dealing 8 damage. So this is a pretty good time to deal as much damage as we can to the slime. How much damage can we do to the slime? Dual Cast is definitely one of the cards that would do the most damage. If we're going to play Sweeping Beam, we might as well play it first. I don't think that Doom and Gloom is going to do anything more than Sweeping Beam plus Strike, because the 1 dark is unlikely to have an effect in this battle. So let's play the Sweeping Beam and see if we get something else to play. We got more strikes. More strikes isn't really much for us. So let's play our Dual Cast and Strike. And so since we got it all the way down to 7, both of the small slimes start at only 7. And that's a great time to see Dual Cast come back through, because 8 damage to a random enemy twice kills both enemies. Alright, so here's what Unrealization was talking about before, I think. Oh no, it was Procyon that was talking about it. Creative AI is one of the ways that the defect has an affinity for powers. It's a very interesting card. You play it, and what it does is it gives you a power card every turn that you could play. Very good for long battles, absolutely useless in short battles. Reinforced Body is quite good. Reinforced Body allows you to gain a lot of block, especially if you can gain more energy, but also just being much better than a defend card. And then Stack is usually a card that I avoid, because if I'm trying to build a small focused deck, then Stack is going to be the worst possible card, or the worst possible version of Stack that it can be in a small focus deck. Particularly bad when we have the Smiling Mask Relic, which allows us to more easily remove cards from our deck. So, the question is, Reinforced Body, Creative AI, or skip? I think we're not going to skip. Both of these, I think, helps us in different battles. Creative AI helps us in the long battles. Long battles, are we good at long battles right now? I think the answer is no. I think that our deck is bad against long battles, and Creative AI would significantly change that. Reinforced Body is a very strong block card. I would consider it. But since just looking at this deck, I think we deal a lot of damage quickly, and then we kind of stop stop scaling up. We only scale up a little bit. We do a bunch of damage, and that usually takes out most normal enemies. But if we want to fight the Act 2 boss, I think one of the best things that we can do is add something like Creative AI to the deck. So Creative AI is an answer to a question that we don't yet have an answer to. The perfect kind of card to pick up. And of course, we're going to probably smith that new card that we just added. Smithing Creative AI makes it a lot more playable because it only costs 2 instead of 3. That is a pretty significant difference, especially because with our current energy, we could, on a turn that we have Creative AI, we could only play Creative AI. So let's smith this and make it much easier for us to play. Alright, we're into our first act boss, the slime boss. Now, the slime boss is going to do several things. The first thing that it's going to do is add a bunch of slime cards to my deck. I can right-click to show that. So Goop Spray is going to give us 3 slimed cards. That's because of our low ascension level. At higher ascension levels, this gives 5 slimed cards. And then it skips its turn, and then it does a whole lot of damage once. So basically, on turn 3, we either want to have done a whole lot of damage to the slime boss so that it splits, or we want to be able to block for a good amount of damage. Alright, the first turn there's really not much to do. Our defensive cards aren't doing anything, so let's play Defragment and Strike. We might be playing our Dexterity Potion in this battle, but there's really no reason to do it on turn 1 or 2. Good night, Zombified Potato. Thanks for coming. Alright, again, I'm looking for dealing the most damage we can, and that's going to include a Sweeping Beam no matter what. So let's play the Sweeping Beam first, see what our other options are. We get Creative AI. This is a battle that we could use Creative AI. The options for this turn are really Bullseye and Dual Cast with a Zap, or a Creative AI and a Zap. The Strike is not something we're going to play. I think since this is the boss battle, it's a perfect time to try out Creative AI, show out that. Unfortunately, next turn we're going to get hit for a lot of damage. And one of the ways to avoid getting hit for a lot of damage is to get the slime boss below 70 health. Creative AI is probably not going to help with that. So that would be a reason not to play it. I think with 51 health, we're going to be fine. So let's play it so that we're guaranteed to win this battle, even if that means taking some damage turn 3. Alright, so here's where I'm going to use my Dexterity Potion, I think. Dexterity Potion, that allows these defends to defend a little bit more. We are taking a lot of damage. Part of the reason we're taking a lot of damage is because we've played Creative AI. However, this loop is pretty nice. This means that we're going to be dealing 5 more damage every turn. The boot sequence came at the wrong time again, but boot sequence and defend, there's no reason to play those, which means we're going to play all of the rest of the cards. No reason to play the slimed in any particular order. No reason to play the defragment or the zap or the bullseye in any particular order. Ooh, let me think about this bullseye. If we don't play the bullseye, we're dealing 18 damage. 18 damage puts the slime boss not quite at 70 health. which means we will be able to split the slime boss at a much lower health if we do not play dual cast. Or if we do not play Bullseye. Let's not play Bullseye then. Great, and then this turn we want to do as much damage as possible so that the slime boss splits at the lowest possible health. That will mean the total amount of damage we have to do in the battle is as low as possible. So, what's the most amount of damage that we can do? Sweeping Beam, Bullseye, and Dual Cast. There was a good reason to play Dual Cast first there because we ended up shuffling our deck, and shuffling the deck without the Dual Cast in it was possibly not the best. Alright, and we've got 2 slimes with 4 health, so we get to win by clicking the end turn button. Alright, 104 gold, a fairy in a bottle. When we would die, heal to 30%. So fairy in a bottle is unfortunately a potion that we can't play anytime. It gets played only when we die. So it's one of those things where you have to decide whether to keep holding on to it or to throw it away in order to get a potion that you can actually actively use. Right now, that's not a problem because we have an empty potion slot. Alright. Reboot is always a good card, but it's always... how can I say this better? It's always at least okay. It's never amazing, but it's always at least okay. Meteor Strike can be amazing, but it costs 5 energy, which means if your deck does that, then it's great. If your deck doesn't do that, like our deck doesn't gain energy at all, then it's terrible. You can't play it. It's an unplayable card. You don't want those. Bias Cognition is 4 focus, which, by the way, Defragment, which I said was a cornerstone defect card, gives 2 focus upgraded. Bias Cognition gives 4 focus unupgraded. However, it's a pretty big downside. The downside of losing 1 focus makes this sometimes a really bad choice in long battles, but it makes it absolutely amazing in short battles. I would pretty much always choose Bias Cognition here. Bias Cognition gets better with certain other things. If you have an artifact charge, you can prevent the downside of Bias Cognition. We just happen to have an Ancient Potion, which gives us an artifact charge. So we can mitigate the effect of Bias Cognition once. In one long battle, we can say the Bias Cognition just gives us 4 focus. Alright. The boss relics. Velvet Choker. We get 4 energy instead of 3 energy every turn, but we can only play 6 cards per turn. Currently, that looks perfectly fine. We don't play more than 6 cards a turn. However, it usually ends up being really, really annoying, especially with a defect deck. The Cursed Key. Whenever we open a non-boss chest, we get a curse. That is terrible. We get 4 energy per turn, but getting curses over the course of the run is terrible. It's very unfortunate, but the 4 energy is amazing. Frozen Core replaces our Cracked Core, and we channel a Frost instead of channeling Lightning. At the beginning, we channel a Frost potentially every turn. This one is probably not going to do too much for us because we play a fair amount of orbs. We play 1 orb with Zap, we play 1 orb with Doom and Gloom, and we only consume 1 of those with Dual Cast. It also doesn't really work well with Bullseye. Basically, it's underwhelming. Useful, but underwhelming. So this goes more towards defense. Both of these are just powerful because 4 energy instead of 3 energy a turn is very powerful. I find that choosing the Velvet Choker works really well in Act 2 and falls apart in Act 3. So I tend not to choose the Velvet Choker unless there's very little other option. The Cursed Key, as bad as those curses are, we get to choose whether we take them. So it might mean that we get less relics if we get Cursed Key in order to avoid curses. But also, if we know there's a shop coming up, our Smiling Mask makes it easier to get rid of those curses. So I'm going to take Cursed Key. The extra energy is just extremely helpful. And I find the downside to be a lot more palatable than Velvet Choker. Alright, we went through one act. Let's go a little bit faster. This is an Overexplained run, but I feel like I'm even over-explaining my Overexplained run. We have a lot of money, which makes me want to go to a shop. There are shops kind of in all directions. There's this shop, and this shop. Like I said before, I do like going to elites, and I do like going to fires. That burning elite is unfortunately placed in such a way that you can't go to it and more than 2 fires the entire act. So I'm probably not going to that burning elite, which means we're probably going to that elite. And either this direction or this direction gives us a fire, which means either this direction or this direction gives us fires and a shop. So I'm either choosing this or the left path that includes that. They look very similar to me. Very similar options. What's the difference between these two options? This one gets me 1, 2, 3, 4 question marks. This one gets me 1, 2, 3 question marks. So they're extremely similar. There's just a different number of question marks, and whether the shop is a little bit earlier or a little bit later. Okay, those are extremely similar. I think I'm going to go the left path, because the left path puts the shop slightly later, so we have a little bit more money by the time we get there. Let's go there. Alright, the Chosen. The Chosen in later Ascensions, so this is one of the few enemies that I think the later Ascensions might make this enemy easier. And it's because the earlier Ascensions, the Chosen attacks turn 1, and then uses its debuff turn 2. So you have to deal with an attack. You always have to deal with at least one attack. In later Ascension levels, it gives you the debuff turn 1, which means you have 2 turns that if you kill it in those 2 turns, you never have to deal with an attack. Anyway, with what we're actually dealing with, we can block all of this damage with a boot sequence and defend. But after that, there's not a whole lot we can do other than just deal a whole lot of damage. Damage as fast as possible. And in the idea of damage as fast as possible, I am going to play dual cast. The Chosen is bad for us because the debuff that we get from the dual cast from the Chosen, the debuff from the Chosen makes it so that non-attack cards give us dazed cards. And we really don't like that in our deck. We have a lot of non-attack cards that we like to play. This turn, the creative AI is definitely too slow, which means I'd rather play Defragment, Strike, and Bullseye than a creative AI. Creative AI is just not going to do much in a short battle. We could use our Ancient Potion here to prevent this negative effect, but I don't think that this battle is the worst battle for us, so I don't think we need to worry about this negative effect that much. Okay. My first question is, can we win? I think the answer is no, unless we draw Dual Cast. We can do 14 damage, and this one would do 3 plus 5 plus 4, 9 damage. Yeah. We definitely cannot win this turn unless we draw Dual Cast. So let's see if we can. We drew Dual Cast. So now can we win? We're definitely playing our Zap. I think we play the Zap first. We are going to get a Hex when we play this Zap, which is the downside of playing this Zap. That has 5. When we evoke it, it does 10 damage. Except that it will actually do 15 because of Lock On. So that's 30 damage. Plus, if we do Bias Cognition, it will do even more. However, 30 damage plus 14 from Doom and Gloom looks like a win to me. Alright, we won that one without getting damaged. Hologram, Chaos, or White Noise. So, we've talked about Hologram multiple times now. We still have not built a deck where Hologram is amazing, but it's not hard to make it amazing. White Noise gives us a random power. I find White Noise to be surprisingly good. And Chaos channels one random orb. One random orb can be good. It could be weird. If you upgrade it, it gives you 2 random orbs. I really enjoy Chaos. I don't know if Chaos is one of the best cards, really, but I tend to enjoy Chaos. So I'm probably going to take it out of enjoyment. It also does kind of work well with Defragment and Bias Cognition, and Dual Cast for that matter. But I think I'm taking this more out of enjoyment rather than its necessary beneficial matter for us. Peter asks what happened while he was gone. We beat the first act boss. So we've beat one of the 3 bosses, or one of the 4 bosses, I guess, for us to defeat. Okay, this is an unfortunate one. Alright, let's talk about Cursed Key. So, if we open this chest, then we're going to get a curse, because we have Cursed Key. That is the downside of Cursed Key. The upside is that there's a shop right there, which means we can remove the curse from our deck for only 50 gold at that shop. And that's probably the best time to open a chest when we have Cursed Key, is when we know we can remove the curse. So let's open the chest, but we are going to get a curse. The curse is Normality. Pretty bad one. While this is in your hand, you cannot play more than 3 cards. It's a pretty bad curse. And we definitely want to get rid of it. Bottled Lightning. If we take this, then we can choose a skill, and we always start with that skill in our opening hand. With our current deck, is there a skill that we always want to appear in our opening hand? technically Zap, but Zap is not the most important skill to appear in our opening hand. Boot Sequence already appears in our opening hand. I don't think Chaos is that important. So I'm actually going to use this opportunity to take the Sapphire Key, because the Bottled Lightning probably doesn't help us significantly. Time to take the Sapphire Key. And we have one of the 3 keys. Alright, Looter and Mugger. This is one of the more annoying battles for me, because they steal your money, and they're in the easy pool of Act 2, but honestly, this is not easy pool stuff to me. This is a harder battle than a lot of the Act 2 battles. You're almost guaranteed to win because they run away if you don't defeat them. But it's not important that you defeat them. It's important that you don't take too much damage. And these guys deal a lot of damage. We will certainly play Boot Sequence. And we're definitely playing all the cards in our hand, so let's play Sweeping Beam first. Alright, I'm going to play Bullseye, and I don't know which one of these is best to hit first. We're kind of guessing because we're dependent on which ones our orbs hit. So let's Bullseye the Mugger. And then use our dual cast and see where the lightning hits. The lightning hit the wrong one. Okay, well, that's what happens sometimes. And since the Looter is now the one that has the lowest health, I'm going to send my strike at the Looter, because we're more likely to actually defeat the Looter. To defeat the Looter first anyway. Okay. Creative AI is kind of too slow for this battle. Bias Cognition is great for this battle. So let's play Defend, Strike, Strike, and Bias Cognition. The question is where to put the strikes. The strikes currently deal 7 damage, so we can guarantee we defeat the Looter this turn, which is great. That also means that the lightning is guaranteed to hit the one that has lock on. Alright. Normality is unfortunate, but it doesn't affect us this turn because we drew 2 defends, which we wouldn't play anyway. So it's really just the Doom and Gloom and the Chaos. And we don't win this turn, but we should win next turn. The Defragment comes first. That makes it so that this lightning orb deals more damage when we evoke it. And then we win with a strike. Just kind of barely won that one, which is not a good sign. Alright. Probably a good time to pick up Beam Cell. The fact that Leap is already upgraded is pretty interesting to me. Leap is a much, much better block card than the ones we have. We have Defends. We only actually have 3 Defends that gain 5 block. Leap gains 12. So even though I want to pick up the Beam Cell, if we think back to why we choose cards, let's think back to why we choose cards. We choose cards because we want to be able to defeat things in this act. And right now, these are the enemies that we're going to encounter first. All of them would do damage to us right now because we don't have enough damage output to just defeat them immediately. We can probably take out the birds. So right now I think the birds we're okay against. So birds we're okay against. We just fought the Looter. We just fought the Chosen, but the Chosen shows up later too. The Spirit Guardian and the Shelled Parasite are both kind of bad for us, I think. So right now, these are kind of bad for our deck because they would be dealing damage to us, and we don't have that great defense. Also quite bad for us right now is the Book of Stabbing. And one of the ways that we could get better at the Book of Stabbing fights is to have more consistent defense. We kind of have enough attack for the Book of Stabbing. We really need more defense. I would say the same thing about the Snake Plant. So, given the things that are giving us the most trouble, I think we should take our defensive card. Let's take our defensive card. The fact that it's already upgraded is a significant part of choosing this as well, but having 12 block from one card is kind of significant. It's straight up block. We would really prefer to have some Frost Orbs, because our deck really works well with orbs. But Leap Plus is not bad. Okay, we could pay 85 for a Relic with the Pleading Vagrant. We could leave and do nothing, or we could rob him, get a Relic, and gain a Curse. I mentioned before that we could always, with the Curse key, choose not to open the chest. The reason that you don't open the chest is because a random Relic is not worth a Curse. Almost always. Which means robbing him is right now kind of the same as opening a chest with Cursed Key. And it's not a good idea, typically. One random Relic is not worth a Curse. However, is it worth 85 gold? I think so. I think random Relic for 85 gold is not bad. I would rather do that than leave. So let's do it. What do we get? We get a Pocket Watch. Whenever you play 3 or less cards during your turn, draw 3 additional cards at the start of your next turn. A very good relic. A relic that increases your card draw by 3 is very significant. The downside is that you only use it some of the time, or you have to limit yourself to use it. But right now we can do that. We actually don't mind doing that. Alright, the first thing that we are definitely doing while we're here is we're removing our curse. So, remove the curse first. Sometimes I come into a shop planning to remove a curse, and then when I get to the shop I look at all the other things and I forget why I was there in the first place. Really want to remove that curse. So, a couple of good ones. There's a bag of marbles. At the start of each combat, apply 1 vulnerable to all enemies. This has a couple of good effects. Not only does it do the 1 vulnerable, it also removes artifact charges if your enemies have those, which can be good. The strawberry, I think, is a pretty small effect, increasing your max HP by 7. I don't think that's worth 149 gold. And then the orrery, you get to choose 5 cards to add to your deck. That's like the benefit of 5 combats, all rolled up into one. It can be pretty powerful. The capacitor is not bad. It is a little bit worse when we're dealing with dark orbs, because dark orbs, you kind of want them to get to the front faster, and they get to the front slower if you have more capacity. Although more capacity works really well with chaos and our zap, our lightning orb. FTL, worth mentioning FTL because it works well with Shuriken. A 0-cost attack that draws you a card is helpful for playing 3 attacks every turn. Is there anything that I want to purchase here? I'm really thinking about the orrery. The orrery could get me an FTL or a capacitor or any of these other things for much less cost than purchasing them. And we are not going to see a shop for a little while. At least there's no indication that there's a shop coming up. So let's choose orrery and pick 5 cards. Kind of like defeating 5 enemies at once and getting the card rewards from all 5 of them, one after the other. One after the other is also really nice because you can look at each of them and then choose. So we look at every single one of these and then we get to choose what we want. The aggregate is already upgraded, that's kind of nice. I saw a hologram that's already upgraded. And Go for the Eyes is one of the only ways in the defect card pool to add weakness to enemies. I think that's really nice, especially against the harder battles. So I am thinking about Go for the Eyes. Works well with Shuriken as well. I think the most obvious choice here is the upgraded hologram. Yeah, I think the most obvious choice is the upgraded hologram. So one upgraded hologram is another block card, but it also allows us to get a card from our discard pile. An excellent way to just pick a card that you need. Basically, get whichever card you need from your deck. Other than that, I think Go for the Eyes is the next one that I'm particularly interested in adding to our deck. Let's do that. Go for the Eyes. The aggregate upgraded is likely to give 1 or 2 energy when we play it. Is that right with our current deck size? If we drew it on our starting turn, we would get 4. Because we would draw 5 cards, which means we would have 14 cards in the draw pile. Yeah, so if we drew this turn 1, it would give us 4 energy. If we drew this turn 2, it would give us 3 energy. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good on energy. Electrodynamics is another way to deal with multi-enemy fights. I think since we have Sweeping Beam and Doom and Gloom, I'm less worried about our effectiveness in multi-enemy fights. I think I'd rather have the aggregate. I would still take an Electrodynamics, having been offered it not against an aggregate plus. We could take a loop or another boot sequence. This boot sequence is upgraded. Having multiple cards that have an 8 in your deck can be bad for you rather than good for you, because that means that you can't draw other things in your opening hand. Having a guaranteed 2 block cards in our opening hand is actually not the best. This might be a good time to pick up Cool-Headed. It's a source of frost orbs, and I would happily upgrade it. Which, upgraded, it draws more cards, so it becomes better than a cantrip. And then Loop upgraded is pretty okay. I think this is a good time to get Cool-Headed. And then lastly, do we pick any of these? The Tempest is interesting because it works with aggregate. But other than that, I don't think it does much. And I'm thinking we just skip all 3 of these. Yeah, let's skip these. Alright, and that's all we can afford. We could technically afford a steam barrier, but I'm not going to take that one. Oh, you just saw that we got 4 cards for the price of basically 2. The orrery is pretty nice. Pretty nice, I say. Alright, Book of Stabbing. The elite fight that I said we were probably worst at. We are better at it because we added... the... Oh, is it in my opening hand? Wait a minute. Leap Plus, there it is. We're better at this one because we added Leap Plus, and because we added Go for the Eyes. Unfortunately, our starting turn is not amazing. But there it is. Our starting turn is not amazing. Add weakness. Luckily, that's just enough to block for full. That's very important against the Book of Stabbing because the painful stabs, whenever we receive attack damage, we get wounds into our deck, which is pretty bad. Luckily, we are avoiding that this first turn. And we are using our Shuriken because we played 3 attacks. Alright. Probably a good turn to play Cool-Headed. I don't really want to play Dual Cast because I would rather the Lightning Orb stay around, especially since we haven't played Bullseye yet, and we haven't played Bias Cognition yet. So I think we're playing Cool-Headed, and Cool-Headed draws us a card, so it gives us more information. It also gave us a Frost Orb, which is not the worst. Leap Plus is great here. So we're currently getting 16 block. Defend would actually defend completely. I think that's better than playing a Strike for 7. Let's play the Chaos, though. Oh, interesting. If we don't play the Defend, we take 1 damage. We take 1 damage if we don't play the Defend. And if we don't play anything, we draw 3 cards next turn. Like 3 additional cards. I think I kind of want to do nothing. I don't think playing the 7 damage is better than drawing 3 cards. And even though this gives us a wound for taking 1 damage, I think taking 1 damage and getting a wound is worse than getting 3 more cards. Alright, here's where Aggregate is actively bad when you don't gain anything for it. We do have our Hologram, so we can play a card from our deck. Hard to choose what to play first. I think we do want to play Bias Cognition, because Bias Cognition makes all of our orbs better, including those Frost Orbs which are blocking for us. So let's play that. So we're currently gaining 16 block. The Hologram will add 5, and will allow us to get a specific card from here, which could be the Go for the Eyes. If we got Go for the Eyes, how good would that be? I think that would be good because we could... Oh, we couldn't play 3 attacks this turn, because Doom and Gloom cost 2 and Bullseye cost 1. We could play a Zap and a Doom and Gloom this turn. That would evoke this Lightning Orb and this Frost Orb, which would gain us a lot of defense. I do like that. We could use up all of our Frost Orbs by playing Zap, Doom and Gloom, Hologram, Zap, playing Zap again. That's not terrible. Or we could just play Bullseye, Doom and Gloom, and a Zap. It feels like the Bullseye is something that we want to play, which means maybe Doom and Gloom is something we don't care to play. Let's play the Bullseye. So Bullseye applies to Lock-On, which means our orbs deal more damage. We are certainly going to play a Zap. But now that we are not playing Doom and Gloom, that means that we are going to play Hologram, and we could get back another 1-cost card to play, which could be dual cast. Could be dual cast. If we did that, we would take 3 damage. Which I don't mind. We could play Cool-Headed and keep gaining more block. Kind of like that. Especially since neither of these cards are something I want to see next turn. So let's do that. So let's play Hologram to get Cool-Headed. And then I want the Zap to go first, because I want the Lightning Orb to be near the front, and the Frost Orb to be near the back. So we're fully blocking here, and we've got a Lightning Orb dealing extra damage than it usually does. Alright, so the Strike, Strike, and Defend are kind of the worst cards in our deck. So let's play the Sweeping Beam first, see what else we have to work with. We have an Aggregate. Aggregate means that we can play all of our cards. We play an Aggregate, we get a bunch of energy, then we just play the rest of our cards. That does give us another Strength from Shuriken, and it does block fully again. So now we're at the point where our focus is kind of dropping. We're down to 4 focus, and the Book of Stabbing is getting even more dangerous. Very dangerous. So I'm going to focus on defeating the Book of Stabbing more quickly at this point. We can play all of the cards in our hand, or we could use the Hologram to get something back. I think what we want to do is play multiple Zaps this turn. So let's start out with Go for the Eyes. Go for the Eyes means that 25 damage is coming in. Hologram is going to block for 5 of that. The Zap uses this to block for 9. So that's how much? 14? Plus this is 20. So we'll take 5 damage if we play only the cards in our hand with an extra Zap. Let's do that then. Did I calculate that right? I think I calculated that right. Right, we get to fully block with this Defend, and we get to play our Creative AI. And now the point is, we should win this next turn. And do we win this next turn? Doom and Gloom does 16 damage, which is a fair amount of damage. And then the 2 Lightning Orbs win. Alright, that was a fun one. I liked that sort of puzzle battle. We did not end up taking much damage. I think we took 1. I think we took 1 damage. So the Art of War, if you do not play any attacks during your turn, gain an additional energy next turn. So that kind of works really well with Pocket Watch if we play a lot of skills. The Defect is pretty good at playing lots of skills, but we kind of built ours with a good amount of attacks. Still, it's good to think about not playing attacks if we want the extra energy. Alright, Glacier. Glacier is a really good source of Frost Orbs. Compile Driver is a really good way to draw cards. Fusion, I think, is strange. Good sometimes, usually not great. Getting 1 plasma for 2 energy, I think, is kind of rough. It's at least very slow. But Glacier or Compile Driver are both rather good options. I'm especially thinking about Compile Driver because we have Chaos in our deck. So we have sources of lots of different orb types. We can get a random orb from Chaos, which could be anything, but we also have Frost and Dark directly in the deck. And Lightning. Yeah, we've got 3 different orb types directly in the deck, which means that the Compile Driver could easily draw us 3 cards every time we play it. That's quite powerful. As much as I like Glacier, I might choose Compile Driver here. Glacier is a very good block solution for the defect. Gaining 2 Frost can be very powerful. Getting 2 orbs from 1 card is also pretty powerful. The upgrade to Glacier is pretty bad. It just adds 3 block, which is not great when the card costs 2. But a basic Glacier is very good. The upgrade to Compile Driver is also nothing to write home about, it just adds 3 damage. But the main thing about Compile Driver is drawing lots of cards, which I think is very powerful and very easy to do in our current deck. So, I'm picking Compile Driver. Oh right, I forgot to mention that we're fighting against the Bronze Automaton in this act. I don't know if I mentioned that at all. The Bronze Automaton is fine. Really, with the deck that we have, Creative AI is kind of our solution to any boss battle, to any of the Act 2 boss battles anyway. Bronze Automaton is not our favorite one to see, but it's also not the worst one to see. Alright, a Chosen and a Cultist. A pretty difficult battle overall because the Cultist gets stronger every turn, so you want to deal with the Cultist every turn. But the Chosen messes up your deck very easily, and can become quite powerful itself. Obviously, when you start out with Aggregate in your opening hand, you play Aggregate. And then I think I want to add Doom and Gloom first, so that we get a Dark Orb there, and then Chaos afterward. And who knows what orb this gives us. And then we can defend everything. We can actually defend everything without playing this defend. Unfortunately, we already hit all 4 on the Pocket Watch, and we did play an attack. So, no benefit to not playing that. Alright, Creative AI is fine in this battle. It's not amazing because the debuff from Chosen is going to make those powers significantly worse. Would we play everything in our hand this turn? I think we would, depending on what we get back from Hologram. The Hologram could get back Aggregate. We could just play everything in our hand. Or it could get back Doom and Gloom. And we could have 2 Dark Orbs. I don't mind having 2 Dark Orbs. I guess all we have to do to defend is play the Hologram, so let's play the Sweeping Beam first. See what's happening. Okay, so do we want the Dark Orbs without playing Bias Cognition? I think that's fine. The dual cast with those 2 Dark Orbs is going to be very strong. Let's play the Hologram, get back our Doom and Gloom. Or we could play Aggregate. We can still play the Aggregate. No, let's do the Doom and Gloom. So I want the Dark Orb first, so that it's near the front. And then Zap will kill the cultist with that Dark Orb. So there's Compile Driver, which draws 3 cards. Very powerful. Let's use our Compile Driver, which draws 3 cards. Alright, and we got Go for the Eyes, which also adds Weaken. The Weaken effect. If we played Cool-Headed and we drew Dual Cast, would we win? The Cool-Headed would get rid of the Frost, put the Dark Orb in front. We would do 24 damage dual casting the Dark Orb, but that could be increased to 36 if we played Bullseye. The only problem is if we play the Cool-Headed, we'd prefer to play Defragment first. I guess we're going to play dual cast either this turn or next turn. So let's play the Defragment first. Okay, and we have to be careful. We don't want to play too many skills, because if we play too many skills, then we don't draw our cards next turn that we need. Alright, then we played Dual Cast and win. So we were defending on this Dual Cast, that's why we played as many Dark Orbs as we did. Alright. Equilibrium, Streamline, and Heat Sinks. I've said before that we didn't really have the deck for Streamline, so I'm not going to do that again. But Equilibrium tends to be a pretty decent block card. It gains 13 block. Although it does cost 2, the Retain Your Hand this turn is pretty powerful, because retaining your hand allows you to set up cards to play them in the order that you want. However, I don't think I can turn down an upgraded Heat Sinks. Heat Sinks works with other powers that you play. That works especially well with Creative AI, because Creative AI plus Heat Sinks means that we draw tons and tons of cards. The other thing to mention here is that bringing in lots of powers to the deck does make the deck worse against normal enemies. I'm making a deck that's very good against boss enemies by adding this many powers and this much scaling to the deck, but honestly we need to deal with a lot of normal enemies. I think we can afford this one, but after this one we should probably be very careful about taking more powers into the deck. Alright, let's visit some fires. So, this fire we're going to upgrade Cool-Headed, so we draw more cards. I mentioned upgrading Cool-Headed. We're probably going to skip this chest, because if we opened this chest we would get a curse, and it would be hard for us to remove that curse unless this is a shop, and there's no guarantee that that's a shop. So let's just skip the chest. That's one of the downsides about having Cursed Key, is you end up skipping chests. We got a shop anyway, which means we could have actually gone there, sadly. Okay, the most beneficial thing I think this shop could do for us is removing more cards. And I think at this point we want to remove more strikes. We've been adding more attacks. I think it's a good time to remove strikes. And there's a Compile Driver on sale. Compile Driver in our deck usually draws 3 cards. It's a very good upgrade to the strike that we just removed. So I'm taking that Compile Driver. And now we have a deck that puts out 3 or 4 types of orbs. It has 2 Compile Drivers, which draws lots of cards. It has Heat Sinks, which draws lots of cards. It has Hologram, which is kind of like drawing an extra card. It has Cool-Headed, which draws more cards. And it has Sweeping Beam, which draws more cards. we have a deck that draws lots of cards. So what we want to do with a deck like that is to make it valuable to draw lots of cards. One of the ways that we can do that is things like aggregate, which gives us more energy. And the other thing that we can do is have lots of zero-cost cards. So we want to have things that give us more energy, or things that we can play for free, for very little energy. The creative AI kind of also helps there, because the creative AI essentially draws a card every turn. It draws a card from a mystery deck, but it's still like drawing a card every turn. So, lots of ways to draw cards in our deck. Let's make it so that's a useful thing. Let's smith again. And this time, what are we smithing? So, the options as I see them. Bias Cognition adds 1 focus. Adding 1 focus is very good. Chaos channels 2 orbs instead of 1, doubles the effect of Chaos. That can be quite nice. Go for the Eyes gives 2 weak instead of 1 weak. Also good. I would choose probably between Bias Cognition and Chaos. I think the upgrade to Go for the Eyes is not as useful when we have so much draw ability, because we just draw Go for the Eyes a lot. And both of these are quite powerful. I'm going to choose Chaos because it makes Chaos into a ho-hum card into a rather good card. And it looks like Procyon wanted Chaos too. Great. We are of like mind. Snecko. Snecko confuses you, which means your cards cost between 0 and 3. That's pretty good when you have cards that cost more than 1 in your deck, and really bad if you have cards that cost 0. It does, however, work rather well with draw card abilities, because the draw card abilities means you have more likelihood to hit cards that cost 0. Still, this is a battle that we would want to win early. Unfortunately, what do we do in our first turn? This first turn is terrible. Let's see here. We could use the Ancient Potion. The Ancient Potion we could use to not have the downside to Bias Cognition, or to stop the confusion. I think our deck can work well with the confusion, so let's just play Bias Cognition. And having only played 1 card that is not an attack, both our Pocket Watch and our Art of War are in effect for next turn. Let's hope they help us. Alright, there we go. We did get a Zap that costs 0, which is nice. We got a Chaos which costs 2, unfortunately, but we did get a Compile Driver that costs 0. Which greatly incentivizes me to play Chaos. Let's play Chaos. Ooh, interesting. We got a Plasma Orb, which does nothing until you evoke it, but we have a pretty good deck for putting orbs out. If we can get that cool-headed this turn, we could evoke that Plasma this turn. So first we're playing Doom and Gloom, because now we've got 3 different orb types, which means Compile Driver draws 3 cards. And then Aggregate, unfortunately, costs 2 and would only give us 2 energy, so it effectively does nothing. It's probably a good time to think about how we're going to block this turn. And I don't know. We could play another Compile Driver. That might give us a Cool-Headed. The Cool-Headed might cost 1 or 0. Let's do it. The Cool-Headed costs 2. Very unfortunate. So apparently we're not blocking this turn. So, unfortunately, we did not get another orb. So we only have... never got our plasma orb this turn. But we did some damage. Taking 10 damage against Snecko, I consider to be, unfortunately, normal. Let's see here. Always do the go for the eyes. We're definitely playing creative AI. Sweeping Beam tells us more things. Zap would give us more energy, but more energy doesn't help us this turn. It's just that it also puts the Dark Orb closer. So we're going to do it regardless. And unfortunately, we're taking more damage. The Snecko has been our hardest enemy so far. But Doom and Gloom takes it out. Alright. I think the Sweeping Beam is not amazing anymore. We took one very early in the run, but I think we're past the point that Sweeping Beam is amazing. Rebound can be quite good. Rebound can put something on top of your deck, which means you could put something on top that you then draw with a compile driver or something else. Prozione wants me to choose White Noise because it's even more randomness, more powers. So I don't disagree with you in terms of fun, embracing the chaos. However, I think that it's the wrong choice. Because we have a deck that is pretty good at long fights and pretty mediocre at short fights, I think, right now. And White Noise makes it worse at short fights. So I think I'm gonna skip that one. But believe me when I say that if this were me playing on a random Wednesday, I might choose it just because it's more fun. Alright, here is part of the reason we chose Boot Sequence. So Boot Sequence gives us 10 block on this first turn. This first turn against these enemies is quite dangerous. So we're playing that Boot Sequence. And I think that we play Cool-Headed next, because Cool-Headed gives us 2 cards that's more information. And then it's better if we play Cool-Headed before Compile Driver. Alright, we got a Leap. Leap is also quite nice to see, with how much damage is coming in right now. Let me think. Are we playing Dual Cast? I don't think that there's a reason to play Dual Cast this turn. Which means, should we play Compile Driver and draw 2 more cards? Should we play Hologram into Cool-Headed and draw 2 more cards? I say we draw 2 more cards. So let's go Compile Driver, draw 2 more cards. Oh, and I guess I should mention, of these slavers, the one that's most dangerous is the Red Slaver. The reason the Red Slaver is the most dangerous is because it applies Vulnerable to you, which is bad, but it's really bad when there's 3 enemies attacking you. So you usually want to hit down the Red Slaver first if you can. Let's see here. I want to draw more cards. Compile Driver draws me more cards. Sweeping Beam technically draws me more cards, but I think we need to play Leap. Yeah, I think we're playing a Zap. And we're playing Leap. And we should play Hologram and probably that Zap again. Hologram is better than the Defend. And I think that Sweeping Beam, even though it hits all 3, we would prefer to get deeper into our deck. And gain more block this turn. And Prosione and I are of the same mind again. Great. So we took a little bit of damage that time. One of the unfortunate parts here is that they do attack in order, so even though we have this ancient potion, which could block the vulnerability from Slaver, it would actually block the weakness from the blue Slaver before it would block what comes from the red Slaver. This turn looks pretty bad, have to say. We really have to see what Chaos gives us. And we're playing Bullseye first. Bullseye against this one. And then see what Chaos gives us. That was not what we wanted exactly from Chaos, unfortunately. How much damage are we taking? We're taking 17 plus 7. That's 24 damage. We're not dying. And I think this battle we're going to use our Fairy in a Bottle, which I do not mind. Let's use the Fairy in a Bottle when we get there. So the question is, do we play this other defend or we play the strike? I think we play the defend. One of the reasons I don't mind using the Fairy in a Bottle is because I want that potion slot, and we don't get the potion slot back until after we use Fairy in a Bottle. Can we survive this turn without Fairy in a Bottle? Probably not. However, I think we play Heatsink's Defragment no matter what. So if we play Heatsink's Defragment, we get more information. We did not draw Bias Cognition or Compile Driver, the two I was most hoping to draw. So we're going to use up our Fairy in a Bottle. This is a good time to use our fruit juice. Well, actually, wait a minute. Are we using it yet? Because we weaken you, which means that's 9, and that's 10. So we could actually avoid using it if we played Defend right now. But I think we'd rather play the Doom and Gloom. So let's use our fruit juice. I'm using the fruit juice because it raises our max HP, and how much the Fairy in a Bottle heals you is based on your max HP. So more max HP means more Fairy in a Bottle healing. Oh, wait a minute. I neglected to notice that we were evoking a Frost Orb, so we didn't actually die that turn. How about that? Not much we can do here because we can't play attacks this turn, due to what the red Slaver did to us. So we just play Bias Cognition and Defend. All three defends, that is. So we are dying from the red Slaver, and then we're using our Fairy in a Bottle. There we go, Fairy in a Bottle used. Now then, let's come out of this battle. And that really depends partially on our orbs. Although Chaos plus Dual Cast is very good here. You can see that. That will guaranteed kill 2 of them. So, Dual Cast will dual cast this Dark Orb, killing the 2 that have the least health, which are those 2. And then the Lightning Orbs do the rest of the work. Great. The Data Disc. Start each combat with 1 focus. Very good. The Data Disc means that it's kind of like having an unupgraded defragment from the beginning every battle. Very nice. Essence of Darkness. Channel 1 Dark Orb for each orb slot. Very powerful one-time effect. Like, very powerful one-time effect. And then a card. We could take Charge Battery. I do like seeing upgraded cards. Another decent block card is pretty nice. Let's take another decent block card. This would also mean I would feel more free removing defense from the deck. Technically, this block card kind of costs 0, but you get the extra energy next turn, which is a little weird. It's not exactly what you want. You'd rather have it just cost 0. Alright, a dangerous battle. 3 cultists is so much more dangerous than 1 cultist. We are going to possibly get hurt here. We might use our Essence of Darkness in this battle. This turn, there's kind of no reason to play Hologram or Boot Sequence. So Bullseye, Creative AI, and Sweeping Beam is what we've got. No reason not to start with Sweeping Beam and consider other options. Alright, looks like it's Creative AI and Bullseye. For Bullseye, I'm always choosing the lowest health one, and that's because dealing the most damage to the lowest health one gets rid of it the fastest, and that means that less damage is coming in sooner. Also, our Lightning Orb happened to hit it, which is great. Aggregate gets us extra energy. Let's start there. We ended up drawing a Heat Sinks from Creative AI, which is interesting because we also have our own Heat Sinks. I see some good things here. So let's play Doom and Gloom first. If I play Doom and Gloom first and then Chaos, that will put the Dark Orb in front. We could choose to dual cast it if we want. Let's see what Chaos does. Actually, we should play Defragment before Chaos. So let's play Heat Sinks and then Defragment. And then Chaos. Alright, that was a nice outcome. So we're blocking most of the damage. See no reason not to block the rest. Echo Form is extremely good. We can afford to play it too, because we could play Echo Form and we could play Leap and block all the damage. Let's play Echo Form. So Echo Form will also draw us 2 cards, which means we also got a Bias Cognition, which is really nice as well. Bias Cognition means we have more focus, which means we might not even need to play Leap. Especially because we're going to go for the eyes, one of them. So now we're blocking fully. And we can play Chaos and Zap. Let's put a Zap, a Lightning Orb in front, followed by Chaos. Alright, because of our Echo Form, the first thing that we play this turn gets played twice. Sweeping Beam just wins. We get a Fear Potion. Fear Potion is pretty good. 3 vulnerable is a lot of extra damage that you can deal bosses. Or, you know, anything, but I think of bosses. And none of these are upgraded. I think the Barrage is not great when we only have 3 slots. And the Fusion is, you know, only so-so unupgraded. We'll skip those. And the question is rest or smith, and I think we should rest this time. We should rest when we have 24 health and we're going up against the boss. Plus we've got the Regal Pillow. This is the first time we're using the Regal Pillow bonus. And let's do our Act 2 boss. The Bronze Automaton. The Bronze Automaton starts with 3 artifact charges. That doesn't affect us too much, but it does mean that the Fear Potion is pretty bad in this battle. And it does also mean that our Bullseye tends not to do much. Or our Go for the Eyes, for that matter. The other thing to know about Bronze Automaton is eventually there's going to be a turn where the Bronze Automaton does a lot of damage in one turn. And when we get there, we have to have block available. Or, you know, something else that survives that turn. Prozione asks if there's any other roguelike deck builders I like to play. So, on my YouTube channel, I'm currently doing a blind playthrough of Monster Train. I'm on my 33rd or 34th run, I think. And I'm very much enjoying Monster Train. Other than Slay the Spire and Monster Train, on my own I've been playing Fights in Tight Spaces, which I think is quite good, but doesn't have the same card balance, time, and effort put into it that Slay the Spire and Monster Train do, meaning that there's a lot of cards that you just don't play with. But Slay the Spire and Monster Train are great. I played a little bit of Vault of the Void. I thought it was good. I have played... I guess there's several other ones, but the other one that I'll mention is... Oh, what's the name of it? Luck Be a Landlord. Luck Be a Landlord is a very different roguelike deck builder. But I like it. It's fun. I've never played Griftlands nor Banners of Ruin. Oh, I guess the other one that I've played, which is kind of a roguelike, kind of a deck builder, kind of not, is Dicey Dungeons. I very much enjoyed Dicey Dungeons. Anyway, on this battle, we're definitely not playing Bias Cognition first turn because we would lose the focus too fast by the time the battle ends, so we don't want to play Bias Cognition first turn. We want the Pocket Watch and the Art of War to have effect, and we would like to have the Charge Battery Extra Energy, so let's do that. Now, these orbs, they attack for a little bit, they block the Bronze Automaton, which is really annoying, and they steal your cards. The way those orbs work is they steal the most rare card that you have in your deck. And right now that's Creative AI, which means this one is about to steal my Creative AI. And I don't like that he's doing that. Let's play Cool-Headed first. Draw some more cards. It's probably good to note that there's a max hand size in Slay the Spire. The max hand size is 10, so we're pretty close to the max hand size. It has gotten me a few times where I have accidentally drawn too many cards and not gotten the effect that I wanted to get because I drew too many cards. I think Chaos is the right answer next, because that will give us more information about what we do, as well as beef up the compile drivers most likely. They certainly beef up the compile drivers because we can play a Zap, and now both compile drivers draw 3 cards. So let's play compile drivers. I would really like to defeat that orb, probably, because it's stealing one of my cards that I quite like. Let's focus on that one. So we've got 16 damage, and so that's 24 damage coming in. We're currently blocking 9. I see no reason not to do this. And reduce that to 22 damage coming in. So we've got 9, we need 13. 13 can be gotten a couple different ways. One way is if this frost orb had a defragment on it, and then we played hologram and zap. So let's play another compile driver to see what we get. How about that? We got defragment. Of course, so I definitely want to play the defragment, but now I'm questioning the hologram zap approach versus just a leap. Hologram zap would give me, let's see here, 11 plus 8, which is 19. Not quite enough. Whereas leap blocks for everything right now, doesn't it? It's 1 short. 1 short versus 3 short. I guess let's do 1 short. So Procyon asks, do I tend to throw cards like Go for the Eyes at the enemies that have artifact charges so that I can whittle down the artifact charges? It really depends on the deck. So for my deck, the things that I have that are affected by artifact charges are only Go for the Eyes. None of them are in the list that I'm looking at. Go for the Eyes and Bullseye. So Go for the Eyes and Bullseye are the only ones that are affected by artifact charges, and I mostly don't care about either of those effects too much against this boss. I do care about weakness against the boss, but only if I happen to get it at the right turn. So for the most part, I go up against artifact charges and try to strip down those artifact charges if it matters for the particular deck that I have. And right now I question whether this is a deck that I care. This turn, so Go for the Eyes is one of those that only affects enemies that are attacking, so it doesn't do anything against the Bronze Automaton, whereas it does make it so that that one does less damage, and we're trying to defeat that one anyway. If we do... let's do Doom and Gloom. Let's do a Bullseye. So Bullseye I am going to send to the Bronze Automaton for that very reason, to get rid of the artifact charge, because the 9 damage is not extremely significant, especially when we have a Dark Orb about to do a whole bunch of damage. Alright, so not this turn. I think it's in 2 turns. Actually, we can look. So it's attacking, it does Flail, it does Boost, it does Flail, Boost, and then Hyper Beam. So it's done the Flail, it's done the Boost, it's going to do another Flail, another Boost, and then the Hyper Beam. The Hyper Beam is what we need to avoid getting hit by. Hyper Beam does a lot of damage. So not this turn, not next turn, but the turn after that is the Hyper Beam turn. That's the turn where we really care what's going on. Speaking of, we can easily defeat these two this turn with dual cast and 1 more attack. Let's start with that. And then Cool-Headed draws us some cards. Hitting you with anything means that we get our creative AI back in our deck, and it prevents 8 damage. Let's do that. Ho-ho, we got Aggregate. Aggregate gives us more energy. Only 1 more energy, but still. 1 more energy is kind of a lot. How much block can we do? We can do a fair amount. I think Charge Battery is definitely good to play here. Let's play a Charge Battery. We are certainly going to play Zap. And if we play a Leap, we fully block. Alright. Compile Driver draws lots of cards. Is there anything that I would like to have in my deck from my hand before I play Compile Driver? I guess the Chaos. Let's put the Chaos back in the deck. Actually, we can't do that before the Compile Driver effectively. So Compile Driver. We will certainly do the Bullseye, which takes out another one of those artifact charges. I think we want to do Chaos and then Cool-Headed. That should guarantee that we have a bunch of Frost Orbs for next turn's big attack. And it's probably a good time to do Bias Cognition. I think I'm going to hold back on the Zap, because we actually want these Frost Orbs for next turn. Because next turn is the big attack turn. So there's the big attack turn, 58 damage. 58 damage incoming. One of the things that we can do pretty easily here is use Go for the Eyes to get rid of that last artifact charge. Then use Hologram to get back Go for the Eyes. And give this weak. Now it's 43 damage. So that gained essentially 15 block for me, more or less. And Doom and Gloom along with Charge Battery. And we actually have quite a lot of block. We only took 1 damage from the Hyper Beam. That's a pretty good sign. This turn is terrible though. This is one of those turns that Strike is the only useful thing that we could play, and I think it's less useful than getting the Art of War to give us more energy next turn. So we will just play nothing. Aggregate gives us a lot of energy. Let's start there. Lots of energy with Aggregate. And then let's play a Cool-Headed. There's my Creative AI. I've been looking for that. Creative AI also draws me some cards. Zap. Now we've got 3 different orbs. Perfect time to play Compile Driver. Pretty decent turn to play Bullseye as well, because adding that 2 lock-on is really good, especially when we've got a big Dark Orb in front right now. Let's play our big Dark Orb twice. And then we can gain a little bit more block if we play Chaos. Sure. And we're out of energy. We're blocking fully already. So what would we like to do most? Could be a Sweeping Beam. Yeah, let's do a Sweeping Beam. That gave us another strength as well. Alright. 3 orbs. We kept it that way. That makes Compile Drivers great. The Loop also draws 2, but Compile Driver draws 3. Let's play the Loop. Loop is good. Our hand is full. This is one of those times where we had too many cards in our hand. Okay, what's the most useful card for us to play? Chaos. Chaos would make both of these orbs evoke while this still has lock on. It might just win immediately. We did. Great. So, that went very well. I don't know how much damage we took, but it may have been 1. Don't remember if we took less or more than 1 damage there. I think that Liquid Memories allows you to replay a card in your discard pile, and it costs 0 when you play it. I think Liquid Memories is very powerful. Probably more powerful than the Fear Potion that we have up there. I really don't want to replace the Essence of Darkness. The Essence of Darkness is pretty decent with our deck. So I think we're going to get rid of the Fear Potion. I'm keeping this Ancient Potion really so that I can play it alongside Bias Cognition at some battle where we feel like we need to. Okay, Meteor Strike. It's good only if we can afford it. And right now, the only time we can afford it is when we play Aggregate. So maybe not. On the other hand, Seek is a very powerful card all the time. Just allows you to get a card from your draw pile for 0. It's excellent, especially at the beginning of battles. Because at the beginning of battle, if you draw Creative AI at the beginning of a long battle, you would want to play it on turn 1. But now if you have Seek in your hand, it's kind of like having a second Creative AI that you could draw immediately on your first turn. Or whatever you happen to need at the time. Hyper Beam, very powerful. Losing 3 focus is not great, but the 26 damage to all enemies can be worth it. I don't think we need this for the deck that we have. But honestly, even decks that focus on orbs could use a Hyper Beam. So I think I'm going to take a Seek. I think Seek is always better than Skip. I think it's always better than Skip. Alright. 3 very interesting choices. The Sacred Bark doubles the effectiveness of potions. We have 3 potions right now. This is also really good for the Heart Battle, which is the super end boss, the extra optional end boss. I say it's very good with that because the double artifact charge means that we could block Vulnerable from the Heart. The Black Star gives you extra relics when you fight elites. Black Star is much better if you get it in Act 1. If you get it at the end of Act 2, there's many less elites that you're going to fight. And then there's Snecko Eye. Snecko Eye confuses you all the time, but you draw an extra 2 cards every turn. Drawing an extra 2 cards every turn is really nice. Being confused all the time is not amazing. With the deck that we have, it could be okay. It could be okay. But man, I really like the Sacred Bark. I think that Snecko Eye and Sacred Bark are both very good options here, and the Black Star is really not a good option, because at this point you just don't have many elites that you're still going to fight. So I would choose Snecko Eye or Sacred Bark. I'm very interested in making the Sacred Bark work for us. And I'll be back briefly. I'm going to take a quick break. Alright, I'm back. Who is our boss? Our boss is the Time Eater. Interesting. So let's go back to my charts. So first let's erase what we did on this one. And now that we're out of Act 2, let's look at Act 3. So Act 3, here are the things that we have to worry about in Act 3. We know already who our boss is in Act 3, so we can remove the ones that are not our boss. It's the Time Eater. The Time Eater punishes decks that play lots and lots of cards and do very little with the cards that they play. Doing a little bit with lots of cards is bad for the Time Eater. Having cards that do significant things, each card doing something pretty significant, is pretty good. The defect also has a good play method for dealing with the Time Eater, which is relying on orbs rather than played cards. And I think we could do that in the deck that we have. So I think the Time Eater is not a bad one for us to see. I think the Giant Head is not too much of a problem for us. So let's see here. I think that we are decently okay against the Time Eater. I'm going to call that a green check mark. I think that we are perfectly fine against the Giant Head. I think we deal damage fast enough that the Giant Head is not a problem. The first 3 battles that we're going to fight are going to be against these, the Shapes, the Darklings, and the Orb Walker. I think the Darkling is actually kind of annoying for us. So the Darkling is kind of annoying. I think the Shapes are no problem. Orbs work pretty well against the Shapes. And the Orb Walker we're probably fine against. Do we do enough damage right now to deal with the Transient? The Transient, you basically want to have very consistent amount of damage and block. And I think we might have that just fine. Maybe. I think we might have a harder time with the Spire Growth. So the Spire Growth is maybe a problem for us. And then, what about the Nemesis and Snecko Pajamas Lady? Reptomancer. So Snecko Pajamas Lady, I think we have a hard time with because we might have a hard time dealing with the daggers that she puts out. And then I think we do relatively fine against the Nemesis. The fact that we only get to attack every other turn against the Nemesis, I don't think is too bad. So I think we need to focus most on being better at Snecko Pajamas Lady, and being better at the Spire Growth and probably the Writhing Mass. I think those are our ones that we're most concerned about for our current deck. So that said, let's get into it. Where would we like to go in this act? We do have money again. In order to go to Act 4, we have to fight against the Burning Elite, which is way at the top, so that's kind of nice, seeing the Burning Elite at the end. That means that we're going here and we get to choose which path we go to get another Elite or not. And it looks like the shop on our way is this one. I tend to really like events in Act 3, so I'm going to focus on events more than extra battles, because I think Act 3 events can be quite good, quite strong for improving your run. Later in the Act events I think are even better, but we don't seem to have a choice about those with our Fiery Elite. Alright, the Darklings. I said that we might not be great against the Darklings. So let's see how well we are. The Darklings, we have to defeat all 3 of them within a couple turns of each other. I still think that knocking down one of the Darklings is typically pretty effective. So we're going to focus on the one that's not blocking. I don't know that I like to see dual cast here. Not in the first turn. So we're going to play 3 cards so that our pocket watch gives us extra. So we're not playing the strike or the dual cast. And of course the lightning orbs hit a different one than I attacked. That's the typical thing to happen. I see a chaos and a compile driver. We also have seek. It'd be nice to fully defend this turn. We might be able to do that with seek. I'm not sure. Let's start with chaos. And then we could doom and gloom, but if we doom and gloomed, we wouldn't be able to block fully. I would really like to block fully. We are definitely playing charge battery. So we want to block for 9 more if we can. What can we do about that? 9 more? 9 more block. We could seek a defend, actually. Or we could seek the hologram and get back the zap. Let's seek hologram and get back zap. So seek the hologram, or actually, even better option, let's seek aggregate. That gives us extra energy to work with this turn, which means we can do a compile driver. And then we got our hologram anyway. Alright, so how are we doing this? We still need our 9 block. We can do hologram. Hologram charge battery is one way. We could hologram the aggregate, play it again. Hologram aggregate gets us 1 extra energy. I mean, that's not bad, right? Hologram aggregate. Play aggregate, and then we can play both a defend and a defragment. Then we block fully, and we dealt some damage. And we also increased our orbs, which is good. So the easiest one for me here is go for the eyes. We want to hit the one that's attacking us the most. And then we certainly want to play bias cognition. And then even though I was attacking that one before, because that one's blocked currently, I'm going to hit the bullseye on something else before I do the cool-headed, just in case that lightning orb decided to hit where we wanted. It did not, but just in case. So we can choose to either block for 5 more, or take 5 in order to play Creative AI. I think there's no reason to take 5 to play Creative AI. Let's just take the 4 that we couldn't block anyway. I think the go for the eyes is again the easiest question. We play go for the eyes there. The sweeping beam will give us more options to consider. Compile driver will continue to give us options to consider, especially since there's no reason to play the leap. So let's play the compile driver. I'm going to play it here with hopes of defeating that one. Let's play the zap. Alright, we did not quite defeat that one yet. And then I think we would like to play Creative AI more than a strike. We are again fully blocking, no problem. Aggregate gains us energy, so might as well play that. And then we've got a hologram. Hologram probably gets us where we want. We get hologram Doom and Gloom. That would defeat one and get very close to the other. That does win. So hologram Doom and Gloom, win. All right, there's an upgraded Tempest. Do we want an upgraded Tempest? I don't think so. But a 0-cost block card that blocks for 12 is pretty good. Force Field is 0 cost if you've played 4 powers. And we do have a deck that plays powers. So I think we want Force Field. Alright, this is not great to see. When we've got 3 potions, finding more potions, it's not the best. It's definitely not the worst event we could come into, but it's not the best. Alright, here's a great potion though. The fruit juice. So the first question is, what are we getting rid of up here? Oh man, I'm not sure. The Essence of Darkness is so powerful. But would I rather have the Liquid Memories? I think I would rather keep the Liquid Memories around. So I'm going to get rid of the Essence of Darkness. We get the fruit juice, we immediately drink the fruit juice, which makes space for another one. I don't care for the colorless potion. I find the colorless potion to give me a lot of cards that I don't necessarily care to choose. Whereas the Swift potion draws 6 cards from my own deck. So I could get 3 random cards from a pool of cards that I don't know if I care about, or I could get 6 cards from the cards that I put in my deck. We'll choose that one. Here's our Orb Walker. The first turn looks pretty easy because we boot sequence and go for the eyes for our block. And then we can Doom and Gloom. I'm very tempted to do dual cast here, because the Orb Walker doesn't have a whole lot of health. So let's knock it down as quickly as we can. The Orb Walker adding burns to the deck is really annoying, but honestly, the Orb Walker doesn't have enough health for me to worry too much about those burns. If you last a long time in this battle, it can be quite bad though. So you want to win this battle quickly. I am going to play Sweeping Beam, because I would like to see what my options are. And then we could just defend. I think just defending is fine. Really, if we use that Dark Orb, we'll do just fine. That Dark Orb is getting strong. So we've got a Seek and an Aggregate. So we should certainly choose the Aggregate. What do we seek for? We could seek for Chaos to add 2 orbs, which would mean Compile Driver would do a lot for us. I think we should do that. So seek for Chaos. Chaos gives us lots of orbs. That means Compile Driver draws 3 cards. And then Bias Cognition both reduces the force field cost and makes our orbs even more powerful. Although we don't need to play this, do we? Because Hologram gets back Dual Cast, which wins immediately. This is one of the reasons why Dual Cast is a great card, because right now I basically get 5 block and I get to draw the best card out of 14 cards. So much better than drawing 1 card, is drawing the best out of 14. I'm considering another defrag. Another defragment would work very well against our boss, the Time Eater. Let's Streamline we've turned down many times this run, which feels weird. I usually take Streamline as one of the first cards that I pick with my defect runs. But we've turned it down consistently this deck because we got it offered too late for us. Barrage is still not great with only 3 orb slots. I think that defrag works, especially since we know we're not fighting the awakened one. This might be a different thing. I don't know how I would do this in Ascension 20, because in Ascension 20 you fight 2 of the final bosses. Ooh, the transient. So the transient is an interesting one because you're really not trying to kill the transient, you're trying to out-survive it. The transient, you basically have to combine how much attack and block you do over the first 4 or 5 turns of the battle so that you don't take damage. That is, I think bias cognition is good. Boot sequence we will probably play. Let's play it last if we're playing it though. Let's do bias cognition. Let's do doom and gloom and dual cast, I think. Yes. Dual cast. So now he's only dealing 14 damage to us. Now he's doing no damage to us. No reason to play boot sequence. Unfortunately, we don't have a lightning orb out there, but we did get aggregate, which gives us a lot of energy. And now we can seek. I think we want to seek for... We could seek for chaos again, because that would make the compile driver better. Sure, let's seek for chaos again. Interesting. 2 frost orbs, not the best against the transient. But let's draw 2 cards. Let's draw another card with Sweeping Beam. Now, I want to play Force Field and Leap so that we can block. There's no reason not to play Defragment because it makes Force Field cost less. Do we need the Force Field to block completely though? How about the Leap? The Leap, we've got 1926. So actually, if we play Bullseye, we are already blocking fully. Great. Cool-Headed deals a ton of damage because the Dark Orb is going to deal 50% more. So we're definitely playing Cool-Headed. Are we playing all of our powers? I think we are. So in that case, let's play Heat Sinks first. Heat Sinks, we're not playing Creative AI. Do we play Zap instead of Cool-Headed and play Creative AI? We're definitely playing the Zap, which means we can now play Creative AI and not Cool-Headed. Great. Storm. Basically, whenever you have Creative AI, I feel like you eventually become a Storm deck, because you play Storm and then you play a power every turn. You can see that Force Field is now free, but also the Transient is just doing so much damage to us at this point. We need to deal damage back. And right now we drew all of our defensive cards. Still, all of our defensive cards are not bad. We play Zap and Force Field and Charge Battery. Let's see here. These are dealing 16 damage. So 16 off of 70 is 54. We need 54 block. We currently have 39. Great. Procyon got lucky enough to beat the Transient. Great. The Transient, you know, in my challenge runs, I've been tracking how many kills I have against every enemy in the game. And I have 1 kill against the Transient so far in my challenge runs. But I did it in a challenge run, which made it feel really good. Alright. At the end of this, all we have to do is 80 damage to the Transient this turn, and we're fine. So let's do 80 damage against the Transient. Should not be too hard for our deck, honestly. I mean, our compile drivers are terrible right now. There we go. Now we can draw more than 1 card. And there we go. We've done 80 damage against the Transient, which means we get no damage. And we do win this battle. We do have an upgraded Equilibrium, which is pretty interesting, as well as an upgraded Beam Cell. I'm pretty interested in that upgraded Beam Cell. Oh man, all 3 of these options are pretty good. I do really like the upgraded Beam Cell because we have so much draw effect in our deck. 0 cost attacks are very valuable. Also, a 0 cost attack that gives 2 vulnerable to the enemy is pretty good. And it works well with Shuriken. Doesn't work so well with Art of War, but, you know, you can only do what you can do. Let's take Beam Cell. I said before that we had lots of draw in our deck, and we needed to make it so that that draw was useful to us. Beam Cell will certainly help us against some of the elite fights in this act. Alright. The Medical Kit. The Medical Kit allows you to play status cards that are unplayable. That's pretty good against the heart, honestly. So sometimes I do take that because it works well against the heart. I don't think I'm going to pay for another defragment. We have already paid for a defragment, or we have already picked up another defragment. Don't think there's a reason to pay for one. We will certainly remove a card. What card do we remove at this point? Probably we continue to remove strikes. Yes, I think we continue to remove strikes from the deck. Remove another strike, and then I believe I will take the Medical Kit. The Medical Kit works well against the... Let's look. So it works well against the Corrupt Heart. It works well against the Spire Spear, who adds wounds to your deck. Or, no, those are burns. It works well against the Nemesis, who adds burns to your deck. Those are 3 questions that we have yet to answer that might be coming up for us. So let's get it. Now, we are going to recall at one of these. Because I'm fighting against so many elites coming up, I'm going to use this one to recall, just in case I need the other ones to heal. So, even though I'm pretty close to full health, I'm choosing the recall option, just in case I need one of those other fires to heal me. Now we've got 2 of our keys. Our 3rd key will come from that fiery elite. And we're up against the Nemesis. Seeing Heatsink's creative AI and defragment is pretty interesting first turn. I don't really like that you are negatively affecting me first turn, though. Start with the Heatsinks. Okay, that was a pretty okay starting turn, I think. We do get both the Pocket Watch and the Art of War, because we didn't play any... We only played 3 cards, and none of them were attacks. So here's the worst thing that the Nemesis can do to you, is attack you for 45 damage on the second turn. Basically. This is the worst that the Nemesis can do for you. We have a lot of ways to draw cards, so I don't know that I'm too worried about it. We can get the Force Field back with Defragment, and the Force Field will cost 0 to play, because we're going to play Storm, I guess? Storm and Bias Cognition. We also got Seek. We could Seek the Aggregate, which would give us more energy this turn. I don't mind that. Let's get more energy this turn. We have a lot of cards to play. Let's play them. So more energy. We will certainly play the Charge Battery. I would like to play Hologram to get back the Force Field. I want to play the Charge Battery. I want to play Chaos. Ooh, no block orbs, eh? We can make one ourselves, but I'm a little surprised we didn't get any of them. And we did get Go for the Eyes. So I have not played an attack card yet, thinking about Art of War, but I knew that if I drew Go for the Eyes, I was going to play Go for the Eyes, because this blocks for us, basically. And then, since we've done that, there's no reason not to do Beam Cell. And now that we've done those things, if we play Bias Cognition, we have more orbs. We're going to deal more damage with orbs, not this turn, but next turn. So, this is the value of the medical kit. We can just play that burn. Get rid of the burn. It does count as a play toward Pocket Watch, by the way. That could be a surprise to you. I think we want the Zap. Hello World. Play the other burn. We probably want to dual cast one of these this turn. I think. Let's do that. And then this is definitely the turn that we want to play attacks, even though we haven't played any yet. Let's play our attacks. So, more than half damage against our buddy, the Nemesis. And how much block can we produce this turn? We've got another Cool-Headed. Let's play the Cool-Headed first. And then the Compile Driver would draw us a lot of cards, but would I rather have Art of War for next turn? I don't know. In any event, I think I would like to play Defrag and Chaos. Alright, so now we're fully blocking this turn. Do I want to have Art of War next turn? Do I want to have Pocket Watch next turn? I think we do. So we're going to stop here so that we have both of those effects next turn. And this turn we're going to try to deal lots of damage. This is actually kind of nice, so we get rid of the burn. We can play Machine Learning, which will draw us 2 cards. And then because we just shuffled our deck, Aggregate does the most it could possibly do for us. Get rid of the other burn. And then we deal as much damage as we can. So, as much damage as we can. The Compile Driver draws 2 cards. The Sweep draws us a card. The Beam Cell we probably should have played before the Sweep. But it does not look like it matters. Looks like we're winning no matter what we do. Great. The old coin gives you 300 gold. Not great when you're at floor 41, but do remember that Act 4 has a shop in it, so we can still get use out of this coin. Also, we got another fruit juice, which is incredible. I've gotten 3 fruit juices this run. That's absurd. Would I rather draw 6 cards or replay 2 cards in my discard pile? Probably replay 2 cards in my discard pile. We got another fruit juice. Alright. I don't think we care about bullseyes that much. The chill is not terrible though. It's just not very useful against the Corrupt Heart or the Time Eater. And if it's not useful against those two, I don't think we should take it. Alright. We did not really get damaged, so we are allowed to smith. I do want to smith the defragment. That makes the defragment a lot better. Smithing the defragment is about the same as smithing the bias cognition, by the way. Both give 1 extra focus. And we are choosing not to open this because we do not want a curse going into 2 elite battles and a boss. So we choose not to open this. That's the effect of Cursed Key. Because of Cursed Key, we have skipped 2 treasure chests. It's painful. But honestly, the extra energy every turn is worth it. Alright. Spikers and repulsors are not so bad. The Spheric Guardian is really annoying though. The spikers can be quite bad if you have a silent deck that has lots of shivs in it, or an ironclad deck that is focused on attacks. But a defect deck usually does not have problems with spikers because of the lightning orbs. The lightning orbs pretty much take care of the spikers for you. You just need to block. I think we should take out the repulsor so that it doesn't add lots of days to our deck. I think that's the plan. Take out the repulsor as well as we can. We can seek something. What would we like to seek? Let's play this first. We can seek 1 card. We could seek the aggregate and play the rest of our hand, but the rest of our hand doesn't have much in it. We could seek... Oh, how about that? We could seek the Doom and Gloom, and it would kill the repulsor. It would deal us 4 damage from the spiker, which means we would still block fully. Let's do that. Great. We still block fully, and we've got an extra orb hanging out in the back. Alright. I think it's a good time to hit the Spheric Guardian as much as we can. We basically don't care about the spiker. The spiker we're going to kill with lightning orbs. All of our attacks should go against the Spheric Guardian. We do play Defragment. We do play Creative AI. And yeah, let's go for the eyes, charge battery, and zap. So next turn, our block cards do a lot less because we got the Frail debuff from the Spheric Guardian, and the Spheric Guardian is hitting us for a lot more. However, we did get an aggregate, which gives us some energy. We got Electrodynamics, which is interesting. certainly interesting. We also got Hologram. What would Hologram do for us? We could get Force Field back with Hologram. Let's do Electrodynamics. And maybe we should do Compile Driver first. Alright, Compile Driver first. And then there's too many cards to play. Alright. I'm happy to have too many cards that I want to play. So Defragment, Bias Cognition, and Electrodynamics. And then we can play... We can either play the Chaos, which will deal 17 damage twice, and could win this turn, or we could play Hologram, get back our Force Field, which can block fully this turn. So I take the option that is guaranteed. And then we win. Great. So that one went very cleanly. Pretty difficult battle to navigate, honestly, but I knew what I was doing, and we had a good set of cards for what we were up against. I find Rip and Tear to be a pretty bad card, honestly. The 9 damage twice is like, oh man, that deals 18 damage for 1. But the fact that it goes to a random enemy is quite bad. And honestly, we don't do all of our damage with attack cards anymore. It works, oh man, it works well with the Shuriken though. Am I convincing myself to take a card that I just said I didn't like that much? I might be. It works really well with Shuriken. No, let's skip it. Let's keep our deck small, so it does the best it can. And I do like going to both elites. We have the option to go either path, but I think we've proven ourselves strong enough to go to both elites. And are we strong enough to fight this battle as well? I think we are. This battle is a hard one. If you think of the 2 orb walkers, and you're fighting 2 orb walkers at the same time, you might think that's twice as bad as 1 orb walker, but it is much worse than that. Having 2 enemies fighting you at the same time makes it so that you still kill one of them in the same amount of time that you would kill one of them. But now there's 2 of them, and they're dealing twice as much damage to you before you kill that one, and then they keep dealing you a little bit of damage after you kill the first one. It's more than twice as bad. It's probably 3 times as bad as a single orb walker. But we do get a rare relic. I'm happy to use this Liquid Memories on this fight if we need it to win this fight. And I think we can take it. Alright. Pretty unfortunate start there. Both of them are attacking for quite a lot. We have a Sweeping Beam that could draw us a card. Let's draw us a card. Let's see what we have. Play the Beam Cell first. Bias Cognition is not terrible. I'm thinking about only playing 3 cards though. And I'm thinking about playing... No. We've got to play the Boot Sequence. Boot Sequence is required. And so we play Doom and Gloom and we play Bias Cognition. And unfortunately, we're taking 22 damage this first turn. Very painful. We do have Charge Battery and a Leap. I want to play the Defend as well. I think we will. I think we'll play the heat sinks and not the creative AI. We did not play any attacks, so we do get an extra energy next turn. But we're also adding burns to our deck. Alright, well we get even more energy because we have aggregate. So let's play aggregate. Get even more energy. We can get something out of our discard pile. But first, I think we should play Defragment. It draws us 2 cards. We still have not found many of our block solutions, so I think we're going to just continue to draw cards. Continue to draw cards. We could Bullseye and Chaos you. Let's do that. Bullseye and Chaos. And then we could Chaos again. We could actually... Thinking of Hologram... We could kill this one with the Strike and the Go for the Eyes. Let's do that. Go for the Eyes and Strike kills that one. So the left one is dealing us 17 damage. This Dark Orb is doing 27 damage to you. If we played Hologram to get back Chaos, both of those orbs would deal their damage. That would be a lot of damage, but it certainly wouldn't be enough. We also have dual cast in there though. If we did dual cast, would we win? So that's 54 damage. 54 damage plus 8 from the lightning orb is not enough. It's not enough. That would leave our enemy at 1 health. Which means we're probably better off blocking this turn rather than trying to deal damage this turn. So let's play the dual cast for a block card. And we only need the charge battery to gain full block, and it gives us more energy for next turn. And next turn, I feel like we are certainly going to crush. We can at least get rid of the burns. The zap does a ton of damage, and we're already winning. Click end turn and win. Alright. We took a lot of damage there, but we did get an incense burner, an excellent relic. This makes you intangible every 6 turns, and it counts down. It counts up, I guess. It counts up for you, so you can see when you're getting to your 6th turn, so you can finagle it. It's actually very good for Act 4. As much as I want the darkness here, I'm not sure that we should take the darkness. We might want to take another force field, though, because another good block card could go a long way in the deck that we've built, especially one that costs 0. Alright, here's the Reptomancer. Reptomancer is bad for us for one simple reason. A lot of our damage we don't get to tell it where to go. A lot of our damage comes from lightning orbs, and the lightning orbs hit where they hit. That's unfortunate because we can't target the daggers down, and that can be very bad. I am going to play dual cast turn 1, I think. Maybe, maybe not. Let's do the dual cast turn 1, see where the lightning orb hits. Okay. We at least know that we can knock this one down pretty easily. Would we rather have the 1 energy next turn than play the strike? Definitely. Give me the 1 energy next turn. 2 wounds. 2 wounds already. That's quite bad. The Sweeping Beam kills that one, so we're certainly playing Sweeping Beam. Let's start there. We want to play Defragment. We really need to kill this one. That dagger right there. We don't really have the ability to do that, do we? We might be able to with Liquid Memories. Let's see what Chaos gives us. Right? Let's see what Chaos gives us. Alright, well... we need to play Liquid Memories, so we're playing Liquid Memories. With the Liquid Memories, we're getting back Sweeping Beam and the Strike, I think. Oh no, the Sweeping Beam plus the Strike doesn't kill the one that's dealing us the most damage, does it? That's unfortunate. Do we play the Sweeping Beam plus the Chaos? We do need to do the Sweeping Beam. I think Chaos is the next best, so we're taking Chaos. So, Sweeping Beam first. We got Go for the Eyes, that's great. So Go for the Eyes can knock down 9 of this damage, which still leaves quite a lot of damage, granted. And now we have a 50% chance that we kill this one and we take no damage. And a 50% chance that we take 23 damage this turn. Alright, we took 23. Ouch. $34 damage incoming. We can... I find myself seeking Aggregate a lot, which is not something I expected in this one, because I'm certainly thinking about doing that again. What else could we seek that would do good things for us? We could seek Heat Sinks, which would allow us to draw more cards. Cool-Headed would also allow us to draw more cards. I think we want Cool-Headed with the Seek. Cool-Headed with the Seek has 3 separate orbs, which means if we got Compile Driver, which we did, we could play Compile Driver and draw 3 again. And then we can play Hologram. So what I'm looking at here is if we play Heat Sinks, we can play Force Field and Hologram and get back Go for the Eyes. Alright, that's what I see. Heat Sinks, Force Field, Hologram, get back Go for the Eyes. And now we are almost fully blocking this turn. Alright. Next turn, also difficult, maybe? So the Aggregate is going to be great because we play Bias Cognition first, and then we have our full deck. So Aggregate gets us a ton of energy. That means that Compile Driver is very good because it draws us 3, and we have the energy to play the cards. And dual casting this Dark Orb seems quite nice. Alright. We just need to deal 8 damage. Sweeping Beam does exactly that. Alright, that one was a somewhat difficult one, honestly. We got Vajra, start each combat with 1 strength, and we got a skill potion, which because of Sacred Bark is pretty good, gives us 2 skills. Genetic algorithm is really bad on floor 46. Double energy is pretty good in our deck, I think. I do want another energy generation card. And double energy does that. It only does it once, but it does do it. So now we've got more energy, which allows us to play more of the cards that we take. The Shapes battle should be no problem. By the way, we started off with our Incense Burner. We won that last battle as quickly as we could. We were not thinking about the Incense Burner. The aggregate and the double energy in 1 turn is not great. I think what we do here is we play Charge Battery, and then we don't play any other cards, and the Pocket Watch and the Data Disc both work. Alright. Now we can do things. Let's do a Heat Sinks and a Defragment. We could play Hologram to get back our Aggregate. I think that would be great. So now we've got lots of energy and we can draw lots of cards. Let's draw lots of cards. We do want to focus on the Exploder because the Exploder explodes in 2 turns. These will slowly die from our Lightning Orbs. So only the Exploder is really dangerous to us. So we should be focusing on that Exploder. The Sweeping Beam does 4 damage to us because of the Spiker, but still worth it. I see no reason not to play Cool-Headed. And we actually ran out of our energy. This deck can use all of the energy it can generate. We got a creative AI from our creative AI. That's fine. I'll play that. We have both the Pocket Watch and the Art of War again this turn. And basically, I'm just expecting... So let's play Charge Battery. But I'm mostly expecting my powers to just win for me. Compile Driver can kill you. We don't have the space in our hand for these cards, but we can still play the cards. Double energy. Double energy doesn't work so well when you have 1 energy. Alright. We got an Entropic Brew. Excellent time to drink that fruit juice. So drink the fruit juice to make a space. And Entropic Brew fills our empty potion slots with random potions. I would like to keep that until the heart if we can. I would love to use that in the heart battle. Ooh, the Core Surge. So Core Surge gives you 1 artifact charge. That is excellent along with Bias Cognition. Because you play the Core Surge, the Bias Cognition, when you play it, doesn't get the negative effect. Also, Core Surge can block particularly bad negative effects from enemies, especially vulnerable from the heart. So we'll take that Core Surge. And here's our Fiery Elite. Might be difficult. Of all of the elites, I am most unconcerned about this one, I think. I think I'm most unconcerned about it. I'm thinking about not playing Go for the Eyes and playing Charge Battery and Boot Sequence. That way we get both the Art of War and the Pocket Watch. The 3 damage was pretty insignificant. It was just whether I wanted to use Boot Sequence that early. Alright, how much space do we have in our hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, so we should play a Zap. Ooh, we should play the Seek, probably. What thing am I seeking? I am seeking... I want to seek for heat sinks. So we get heat sinks, and that's something that we can play first. And then... what do we have in our discard pile that I want with hologram? I want maybe nothing. Let's go deeper into our deck first. Alright, we've got to play Bullseye, and then Creative AI. And then, unfortunately, this Core Surge is going to block the weakness, rather than what I would like it to block. But I think we still play it. Alright. We have a very interesting set so far to deal with this boss. Basically, this boss, you just want to defeat it as quickly... You need to defeat the giant head quickly. And I think we will have no problem with that, because we have all of our powers set up. This turn, we can actually play a ton of cards. The Compile Driver draws us 3 cards. Then we can play Aggregate to get us energy, and then we can play Double Energy to get us even more energy. And we draw cards every time we play a power, so we're going to play a lot of cards. Bias Cognition and Defragment. We will play the Force Field. By the way, every time you play a card against the giant head, it gets a slow counter. The slow counters means our attacks deal more damage, 10% more damage for every slow counter. So basically you want to play your attacks last. For the most part, play your attacks last. We need a way to draw more cards. It looks like Compile Driver is in our discard pile, so let's get Compile Driver so we can draw more cards. Alright. I don't think I want to dual cast that one yet. Actually, I probably do, because I want to play more orbs next turn. So we want to dual cast that one. Before we dual cast that one, we want to play Bullseye. So we want to play as many cards as we can play before we're playing our attack cards. Our attack cards cost us 0, 1, 2 energy. And the dual cast cost 1. So we can play 3 energy worth of other cards. 1, 2, 3. Now we should play Beam Cell, and then Bullseye. And then the dual cast. We played the Bullseye before the dual cast. Actually, we didn't need to because we already had lock on, but I didn't notice that. And then go for the eyes and strike. Alright. The giant head is over half dead. And we are not even close to being done. We are ready to go. I think we want to play Doom and Gloom and then Compile Driver. There's our Force Field, there's an Aggregate, so we can just keep this turn going forever. We've got a Buffer, which will block one of the attacks, not this one, it will block a different one. The Cool-Headed will draw us cards and give us energy because of the what was it called? What is that orb called? I forget. The Fission Orb? Gives you energy when you play it. Alright. Let's play our Zap. and our chaos. And then I think we start on attacks. So beam cell, sweeping beam. I guess we'll play... Do we play our dual cast? Sure. Play the dual cast, and then the doom and gloom. And the giant head has completed his countdown, and now he's attacking us, for real. However, he's kind of too late, because we kind of just win right now by pressing the end turn button. Alright. For each curse in your deck, start each combat with 1 strength. This does nothing for us. If you were on Ascension 10 or later, this would always give you 1 strength. But since we have no curses, this actually does nothing for us. But we got the Emerald Key, the main thing we wanted. Liquid Bronze. Oh, I'm getting rid of the skill potion now. So Liquid Bronze gives 6 thorns when you have Sacred Bark. And particularly, Thorns works very well against the Heart, the Corrupt Heart. Because the Corrupt Heart attacks for times... I think on Ascension 6 it's times 12. So it attacks 12 times in 1 turn, meaning it does itself 72 damage. Very nice to have. I don't think we particularly want any of these cards. Rebound is interesting, but I don't think we particularly want these cards. Let's skip and move on. And we should rest, because we took a lot of damage. We do have 100 max health, which is amazing, but still, we should heal. And go up against the Time Eater. The Time Eater fight can be a very dangerous fight. The main thing you need to know about the Time Eater fight is because of Time Warp, which every time you play 12 cards, you end your turn, and the Time Eater gains 2 strength, you don't want to play all of your cards every turn. You usually want to play a subset of your cards, because if you play all of your cards every turn, your least powerful cards will not do much to the Time Eater. Like this strike would do 7 damage, but it would give the Time Eater strength over time, and we don't want that. I'm thinking about the Art of War and the not the Curse Key, the Pocket Watch here. I think I want the Pocket Watch to do its thing, which means I'm only playing 1 card. And I think it should be the Zap, so that the Art of War also does its thing. So we're taking some damage this first turn, which hurts. But now we have plenty of energy. And I want to draw lots of cards, probably. What I really want is to seek... So let's see here. We're going to seek for Bias Cognition. We are going to play a Heat Sinks. We're going to play Core Surge, which gives us an artifact charge. And then Bias Cognition, which gives us 4 focus. And because of our artifact charge, we don't get the negative focus each turn. That's what I wanted to do. Now then, go for the eyes, reduces that damage. So I'm looking at this counter at the bottom. He's at 8. If I can play 4 more cards, then we will be able to play as many cards as we want next turn, basically. But if I play less than that, then we're not going to be able to play many cards next turn. And that could be bad. We cannot play 4 cards. We can play up to 3. So I think I would like to play 1 card. And that means we will have 3 cards that we're allowed to play next turn. We're taking 8 damage, but we're taking 8 damage in order to be able to play 3 cards instead of 2 cards. 3 cards. I certainly want one of them to be Defragment. Let's start there. One of them gets to be Leap, so that we block some of this attack. And then it's either Defend or Chaos. Probably Chaos. Let's roll the dice. Chaos was better than Defend anyway. Oh, our Incense Burner is on a turn where he's not attacking. How typical. Okay. What we want to do is we want to set up so that we have lots of powers. So let's start with Creative AI. And then Aggregate. Alright. So now we're going to have lots of powers. Defragment. Bullseye, of course. Beam Cell first. Cool-headed. And then a Doom and Gloom. So from here, we shouldn't have to do much in order to block everything that the Time Eater does. And that's probably the best place that we can be, is do as little as possible to block the Time Eater. Naturally, the Time Eater attacks for 51 after I say that. We can play another Bias Cognition. We can only play 5 cards. We have a Go for the Eyes in the deck. So if we draw cards, that would be beneficial. Let's draw cards. Yeah, let's draw cards. There's the Go for the Eyes. Go for the Eyes. We can play 3 cards. We're going to play Bias Cognition, Force Field, and Charge Battery. Alright, now, how many cards do we need to play in order to block the Time Eater? Not much. We could just play Force Field. We want to play Machine Learning, though. So that blocks the Time Eater, and our Dark Orb is getting very large. The Echo Form. The Echo Form is quite interesting to play. So let's play Echo Form. And then, how little cards can we play? We want to play Cool-Headed so that this is getting closer to the front. So let's play that. And we're not playing our Beam Cell. So we are very carefully not dealing much damage to the Time Eater, because once the Time Eater goes below half health, the Time Eater heals itself to half. So we're delaying that as much as possible while also keeping the strength of the Time Eater as low as possible. Capacitor gives us more places that we can put Frost Orbs, which is one of the things that we want to do. Let's go for the Eyes, and Cool-Headed, and Zap. So hopefully you can see what we're going for here. We basically play as little as possible in order to deal or block as much every turn, while our Dark Orb is somewhat quickly getting stronger. We will play the Charge Battery because of Echo Form. We are playing the Charge Battery twice, which means the Time Eater is flipping over, gaining 2 strength. But we have 106 on our Dark Orb, which means if we draw Dual Cast, we could dual cast that for kind of a lot. The other thing I'm thinking about is my incense burner. We want our incense burner to be at a good number for the next fight, which is the Spire, Shield, and Spear. We really want that incense burner to be at 4 at the end of this battle, if we can control that. And we should be able to. Let's play another cool-headed. So 9 times 5. Right? 9 times 5? Yeah. Let's play a force field as well. And a capacitor. Alright. I want to, let's see here, 14 times 3. We are blocking a good amount of that. Let's play 2 zaps, I think. Right? Yeah, 2 zaps, and then a charge battery. So we didn't fully block that one. I thought we were blocking it. Oh no, I was wrong. We did block it. Now, the Time Eater is healing itself to half health. We want to win next turn. That should not be too hard to make happen. But let's do nothing this turn. And then we want to win this turn so that the Time Eater, so that our Incense Burner is at the perfect number for the Spire, Shield, and Spear fight. What we've been doing this whole time is making sure our Dark Orb is very, very large. So now we can play... Let's see here, where's our dual cast? Our dual cast is right there. So we could play Hologram. We're going to play Hologram twice here. One of those is the dual cast, one of those is anything else. Like a zap. Then we play the Cool-Headed to put the Dark Orb in front, and then we dual cast that Dark Orb. And just crush the Time Eater. Incense Burner at 4, all of our potions intact, including an Entropic Potion, Entropic Brew, and we're going into Act 4. And hopefully my comments about how the Time Eater is not so bad for the defect became more obvious due to that battle. The defect just is able to deal with the Time Eater without playing many cards after setting up. Alright, final gauntlet. This is always a hard choice. Do you rest or do you smith? Smithing one card, you know, it is significant, but is it worth it? Smithing the Seek could actually be very worth it compared to 13 health. I think I will smith Seek. Alright, we've got a lot of gold, thanks to our old coin. What do we want? I certainly want to remove another card. Another Core Surge might not be bad. I like my potions. The Nunchaku essentially gives me more energy, slowly. The Orichalcum does effectively nothing. The Abacus gives me 6 block every time we shuffle our draw pile. The amount of times that we shuffle our draw pile is probably quite staggering, since we draw so many cards each battle. So the Abacus might be rather good. I can afford the card remove. I do want the card remove. It's either going to be a defend or a strike. I think it's a defend this time. Get rid of one of those defends. Honestly, both of them are practically worthless. And then I can afford both the Core Surge and the Abacus. I think I like that. Core Surge Abacus. We could afford a Purity if I wanted it. I don't think I care about the Purity. We could afford another Heat Sinks and just go full ham on drawing cards with powers. It's not the craziest idea. It's not the craziest idea. You know, let's go crazy. It's partially crazy. Alright. So this battle, first turn, we need to worry about blocking. Which, you know, we've got a Seek and a double energy. So we might be pretty okay. Next turn, we don't need to worry about blocking. What do I want to get with Seek and double energy? Let's see here. I think what we want is we want the Seek to get me Aggregate and Heat Sinks. I mean, that would be great if we're able to draw cards repeatedly. We don't have the density of powers to guarantee that. Maybe we get two things that draw us cards. Such as Cool-Headed and Heat Sinks. We use our double energy. Heat Sinks, Defragment, Cool-Headed. No, there's another Heat Sinks. So we've got Creative AI. We can't really apply Weakness because both of them have an artifact charge. The one that's dealing us the most damage is the one on the left this turn. So let's hit you. Play our boot sequence, we play... Do we play the Creative AI or the Heat Sinks? I guess Creative AI. And then a little bit more block. Alright, so we're taking how much damage this turn? We're taking 17 damage. And we are intangible this turn. This is the turn that the Spire Shield, I think, does 10 times 4 damage. Is that right? Yeah, Skewer is 10 times 4 damage. So we're basically completely avoiding that 10 times 4 damage with what we just did. Aggregate gives us tons of energy. Echo Form draws us cards and does great things in the future. I think I want to play Chaos, so that we can play Compile Driver and draw lots of cards. Draw me lots of cards. So there's a Bias Cognition. The Bias Cognition is good in this battle. This battle is not going to be long enough for Bias Cognition to be bad. Alright. We have another Echo Form. We could double play an Echo Form. And if we double play this Echo Form, we will also get to double play this Force Field. That's pretty nice. Double play the Echo Form. And then double play Force Field. Great. And then I think we get to double play one more card as well. So let's double play Cool-Headed. And then we get to get rid of the burn. Okay, so that was the start of our turn. Now we're trying to do stuff. I have a compile driver, which could do good things. I have a doom and gloom. Let's actually start with dual cast. And then doom and gloom. Alright, the first 3 cards that we play every turn get played twice. So we want to play Heat Sinks first, I guess. And then... my word, what do we play? We're playing so many cards multiple times. And then compile driver, I think? Alright, we got aggregate. Did we get aggregate in a way that we can actually draw cards to play aggregate? So if we hologram something that draws me cards, such as compile driver, we wouldn't be able to afford the aggregate after that. Unfortunate. We cannot go crazy with aggregate this turn. So, what are we doing? Let's put the bullseye on you. And... a strike. Alright, and hopefully we can see that this battle is essentially solved. I mean, there's a lot of damage coming in, such as right now, there's a lot of damage coming in. But still, at the same time, even though all of that damage is coming in, we're also dealing a lot of damage to these bosses. Alright. We can go for the eyes, we can doom and gloom, we can sweeping beam. I think that the fact that we don't have much block is really bad for us. Go for the eyes. And maybe we double defend this turn? Yeah, we're taking a lot more damage this turn than is comfortable. Let's play Sweeping Beam. Alright, what are we playing multiple times? We're playing Aggregate multiple times and then Heat Sinks. And then hopefully we just win. Alright, so we took a fair amount of damage there. Ooh, the Turnip. We can no longer become frail. That's pretty good because the Corrupt Heart does add frail to us. So the Turnip is quite nice to get there. And I don't think we need these cards. Alright. Time for the final battle against the Corrupt Heart. Oh, we got 2 Core Surges. How about that? Well, against the Corrupt Heart, we're going to start with our potions. We got even another Liquid Bronze, so we have a ton of spikes. We've got 12 spikes. Because of the artifact that we got from our artifact potion, when we play Flex Potion, we're not going to get the negative side of this. So we get 10 extra strength for the duration of the fight. Now then, boot sequence to block the Beat of Death, because every time we play a card, we get one damage. So play your block cards first. And then Beam Cell, Core Surge, Chaos. So what we've started off here, we've got 3 artifact charges, which means a lot of the debuffs that are coming at us right now are going to do nothing, especially because the Turnip also removes one of those debuffs from happening. So we're just not taking debuffs from the heart. And We did kind of set up the incense burner last time. It was at 4, which means this, which could have been a stronger attack. Unfortunately, this was not the big attack, so it's still a 15 times attack. But this attack could have been a lot less, or is a lot more manageable because of that. We could use our block potion right here. I think we're going to need our block potion next turn more than this turn. And I'm okay taking some Beat of Death. So let's start with double energy. And then cool-headed. And then let's take some less Beat of Death by playing Zap, which will give me a little bit of block from our frost orbs. Go for the eyes gives weakness. I don't know if that actually does anything. Nope. It's kind of the same as what it was already doing because of the incense burner. We did get a defend. It's good to see a defend. Alright, so we're taking 3 damage here, and the heart is taking 144, I think. Alright, well, this is why we really wanted this block potion. Because we drew no blocking cards. We will get rid of the burn. And other than that, I'm going to let the Art of War and the Pocket Watch happen this turn. Now, this is the turn that we should do as much as we can. And it would be nice to play a block card first, but our block cards cost a lot until we play these other cards. We could play Hologram and get back Aggregate. Seems like a good plan. Now then, Defragment draws us some cards. Compile Driver would also draw some cards. And then Bias Cognition will take up that last artifact charge, which is perfect. And then we can play our 2 force fields for free. Make space in our hand, get rid of the wound. We do actually want to play the creative AI more than we want to play the defragment. So I'm going to actually seek for the creative AI. And let's get the slimed this turn instead of next turn. Oh, well, I guess we were going to get it next turn, or this turn anyway. Alright, so next round of attacks, 4 times 15 is how much we're dealing with. So, cool-headed first. Let's try to get our block. We basically have to live through a set of attacks, and the Go for the Eyes does nothing here because the heart has artifact charges. So our focus is survive. The Sweeping Beam might help with that if we drew the right type of card. The Hello World is more likely to draw the right type of card because it draws 3 cards when we play it. And we did get Aggregate, which would be great if we could draw a couple more cards, which we can. So, how do we do this? We need space in our hand. So we'll play the Go for the Eyes. We'll play the Compile Driver. The Force Field, of course. And then we get to play... Ooh. We don't have the energy anymore to play Aggregate after playing Sweeping Beam. Okay. We are blocking almost everything, but not everything. So let's play Defend as well. And then we deal the heart a ton of damage, 144 damage. But then we have to survive another attack. And this one looks like it might be hard. We can either survive or we can do enough damage. Let's see. Can we do enough damage? The barrage does 16 damage 3 times? That's pretty nice. Because of all the strength that we have. Let's do... Ooh, can we win this turn? I think we can. 108 damage seems within reach. I'm not completely confident though, so I'm trying to do the math. If we don't do that, do we survive? Leap gives us 12 block. 12 block plus the 6, that's 18, 27. 27 times 2, we can survive. So now the question is, should we go for it? I think we play the barrage no matter what. We play the leap no matter what. Well, actually, we're winning, we didn't need to play the leap. Did I do my math right? 27 plus 9 is 35. 45, 51. So yes. We've got 51. We could afford to play 4 more cards, and we would still be winning. Ho-ho, aggregate. Aggregate, I think, makes this a conclusion. Doom and Gloom, win. Alright, pretty hairy at the end there, actually. I felt better about that fight going into it than we did when we were there. But there we go. That's my first Overexplained run with the defect. We won on Ascension 6. And I honestly don't know how well I did at talking about my thought process the entire time. Looking at the time, I talked a lot, but I don't know how well I did at that part. Let me know if this is highly received. I would do it for the other 3 characters as well. I do like the well-fed. We increased our max HP by more than 15. That's because we found 3 fruit juices. And we got Sacred Bark. That's huge. Alright. Now what? Has it been done? It has. The spire sleeps. Alright, that's my stream for today. If you think that was useful and you'd like to see something like that again, just let me know which character you'd like to see next, because I did this because a viewer asked me to do a more tutorial type stream. Otherwise, I was just going to go along with challenge runs the whole time, but I'm happy to do a run like this every once in a while. And really, if I did it once with the defect, I could do it once with each of the characters. No problem, right? It is nice to go in and win the first time, but honestly, we were at Ascension level 6. I'm pretty confident in my abilities at lower Ascension levels. I'm not the best in the world. The best in the world have several thousand more hours in this game than I do, but I am a strong player. I've won Ascension 20 with all of the characters several times, so I know what I'm doing, but still, I'm really doing this because you might want it. So thanks for coming, and let me know if you'd like it again. Unrealization is asking for the Watcher. You know, I like the Watcher. The Watcher's a strong character. Alright, I am having some trouble. Alright, there we go.